Bada bing, bada boom. We are in. Welcome, welcome everyone to Monday's live stream. Nice to see y'all here today. We got some interesting things. Some slight, also random person named Slugmabutt came by and said, I love the videos. Found that kind of funny. Anyways, yeah, full of burger. That's good. Nice and full of burger. I do love myself a good burger too. Yeah, anyways, today we are exploring a new area because I have been doing some agility. And we now have the agility level to cross to cross this balancing bridge. To cross this balancing bridge. There we go. So with that, we have access to a new enemy. And with that comes some new tasks, which is kind of cool. There we go. We can fight them again. The Chaos Druids. We have to kill... these are the Chaos Druid Warriors, not regular Chaos Druids. And from these guys, there are 3 unique drops. There is the Black Dagger at 1 and 128, the Super Defense 1 at 1 and 128 as well, and the White Berries, which is a 1 in 25.6. Anyways, we gotta hunt 100 of these, and then we're gonna try to see if we can get the other rare drops from the other creatures that we're still missing, specifically an Ensouled Demon Head from Greater Demons, and a Magic Staff from Moss Giants. They also dropped Chaos Druid Heads. That's kind of neat. No one... Oh. No one is saying anything about the non-existent audio. Hear the game, not just me. Okay. Are you able to hear now? That should be a little bit better. I just sometimes need to reset my system. Yay, now, yes. Yeah, okay. So, occasionally, I'm using what's called a Focusrite USB audio converter. So, you have this big old microphone right here. That plugs into a... basically, it's its own sound system. 5B5, yeah, the 2i2 second gen here. I think that's the exact one I have. It's an older model, but it works fine. But the thing is the USB is a little bit finicky, so if I tap it at all, sometimes I get super robot-y, and then, I mean, as you just saw, sometimes it doesn't exist. So thank you for pointing that out. And yeah, all I need to do is unplug and plug it back in, and then it works perfectly fine now. So as you can see, or hear, possibly, probably. Decade plus reliable here, love mine. Yeah, it's a little finicky at times, but like the amount of work that it takes out of my setup is enormous and definitely worth the small price of sometimes plugging it back in and out. Anyways, as I was saying before, we finally have the agility level to cross the balancing bridge. I had been training for a little bit. We have 42. Doing the balancing bridge itself kind of sucks, as you saw before. There were a lot of times I fell down. That's why I had the extra strange fruit, because strange fruit is basically our best method of clearing poison, besides the anti-poison pluses that are sometimes dropped from the tribesmen and tribeswomen, but they themselves poison. So unless we get lucky from those drops, we don't have a reliable anti-poison yet, except for the strange fruit. So we got those. Now that being said, the drops that we're going to get, because we can cross this now, sometimes dropped, he said. Yeah, exactly. It's sometimes dropped. Oh, shoot, I need to go to live chat instead of top chat, because I think it's skipping out again. Yeah, it was. Sorry about that, everyone. YouTube's being weird sometimes. But yeah, anyways, 3 drops from this guy. We got the black the black dagger, the super defense 1 dose, and then white berries, which are dropped by these Chaos Druid Warriors. All 3 of them we do not have access to, except for the white berries, eventually, from the bushes at level 59 farming. We'll be able to get them that way as well, but, I mean, that's several levels ahead of here. Right now... Oh, shoot! Last episode, we introduced the monster monitor, which was really cool, and I'm wondering if I can do that for these guys here. I think I can. There we go. I think we're at 16. No, we're not. We're at 26. We have 26 Chaos Druid Warrior kills. Edit. 26. There we go. Now we're up and handy dandy. So we have 26 warriors right there out of 100. But we'll likely go over because there are a few drops that we need. Yeah. Unicorn. Oh, wait. Unicorn horn dust. Yeah, no, we don't have herblore. If only we had herblore, it would make a world of difference here, but unfortunately no. Oh. One of those days. Mondays, am I right? So, some good news. To do with the work and stuff. I finally got Wednesdays off for a bit. So I will be able to start doing some power editing because there's no major interruption from Monday all the way to Saturday. So I just have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of time that I can just work. Yeah, good morning or evening. Thanks, Buxy. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. Things are hopefully going to start speeding up a little bit more. Here's hoping, fingers crossed. As long as anything doesn't go wrong, I should be able to be a little quicker when it comes to putting out videos and stuff, which will be great. Oh man, the herb drops from these guys are just unreal. So good. So good. Yeah, besides the Chaos Druid Warriors, we have 2 other targets. Greater Demons and Moss Giants. Moss Giants still need to get that magic staff at the 1 and 64, and then Greater Demons, the Ensouled Head at 1 and 40, which is a shocker because, again, we have killed 120 Greater Demons. We just haven't gotten that drop specifically, which is weird. Hello, Relix and Stream Chat. Hey, Kerf. CRF Craft. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I brought too much food and stuff. I'm going to walk back across our new agility spot. Ooh. We didn't fall that time, too. Nice. 23 experience. So fancy. It's bad, man. I thought that agility spot would speed us up a little bit, but the amount that we fall into the hole, it's almost... I would say it's faster to just stay on the hopping stones in Brimhaven. Even though it's like literally a third of the XP comparatively. It's like 7 or 8 XP back and forth. But because you fail so rarely over there, and because you fall into this poison spider pit over here, the XP rates are similar, and of course here you're just burning through stuff. So, yeah, we're already running quite a bit lower on strange fruit than I was really expecting, which is sad. But the problem is like you don't stop failing on that agility until like 57. It's remarkably high, which is really bad. Like that sucks because that means that we're just going to have to either check back in from time to time and see when the XP rate starts to become higher, or I don't know. Like, see, like that would be fine if we didn't fall back and forth, but we do quite often. I'd say it's like 1 in every 6 or 7 crosses we fall down the hole, at least, which is rough. It's not great. Yanil Agility Dungeon. Let's look her up real quick. Full screen that, and boop. Welcome to Research with Relix, where we get to look at all of the different things that we can do in this agility dungeon. At level 40, which we have, we can use the balancing ledge. 71% chance of successfully crossing the ledge at level 40. That seems about right, honestly. Yeah, no, it's not 1 in 7. It's, yeah, 30% chance of falling in. That sounds about right. Stop failing at level 64, which is rough. At 64, clicking the ledge without moving the camera is an idle training method that rates up to 15k an hour. And we're going to have to do that all the way up to, again, likely either 85 or 89, depending on whether we use the hunter method. Also, hi Tiger System. How's it going? Good evening. Why are we looking at the wiki? Did we get our edit in from last time? What do you mean, Geo? We're nowhere near... If we're talking about the thing that you wanted me to include in the edit of the video the next time, we're nowhere near that area in the videos. The one-way crossing. Oh, yeah, no, we're not... Yeah, no, we were just literally looking at the fail rates. We were looking at the fail rate percentages, because it's so high right now that it's yucky. Just wondering if we got that in, lol, sorry. I mean, it will be, but not in this next episode. It's probably going to be 2 episodes from now. Because we gotta unlock this, like, the next video is going to go from where we left off, likely to the actual Brimhaven dungeon roll, and then the Brimhaven dungeon roll to wherever we decide is a good spot. Probably, likely that next video is going to go until we've killed Solaran the Twisted 100 times. So we're probably mid-process of that second video. So it'll be on the earlier side of the second video that comes in. I mean, we did have an edit on the wiki about the one-way crossing yet. I doubt it. I don't know. Because unless it was one of us that did it, it's not known, right? So unless we post about it, it's probably not going to be changed or edited, right? Hi, Relix. Hi, Chath. Hey, Air Sniper. How's it going? Welcome. Welcome back. Yeah. Dungeon entrances, features. Yeah. Right, it's been a week, though, so I thought it might have changed in that time. Well, yeah, I unfortunately, unless because we're the only ones doing agility in the agility dungeon, and probably the entire game right now. Unless there's another chunker who randomly happens to be in this exact scenario, which, I mean, Yanil is a bit of a death chunk, so that's not unheard of. But unless they run into it and then they go out of their way to edit it, then no, it probably hasn't happened. I don't really do editing on the wiki, mainly because I don't have an account. And I've never edited anything on... Oh, hello! That is our super defense, which is big. That is one of the 3 items we were looking for. That is fantastic. So we also want white berries. That was actually one of the rarer ones, too. Oh, and there's a Renar seed. Grats on the drop. Yeah, super defense 1. I don't know when it's going to come in major handy, but, I mean, it's a super defense. It's obviously... It's going to play a role in something. Oh. And of course, we can't forget about the nature rune drops. Congrats on... Yeah. Why am I picking up 3 coins? I guess it's force of habit? I don't know. We're at 51 kills. Just got a zombie axe on my account. Super happy. Underrate 2 Iron Life highs. Well, congrats, Buxy. That's awesome. Anyway, since this has been popping off recently, what are your thoughts on the new trading card game plugin? I've seen 1 episode of that game. I think the locked account risks feeling pretty samey with them only doing agility for a long time. Well, why are we killing those poor druids? These are Chaos Druid Warriors, ARF, and we have not killed them before. So we need to kill 100 of them and get the specific drops that they give that do not exist elsewhere in our chunks. So we are currently looking for a black dagger and a whiteberry seed. Those are the 2 drops. Or, sorry, not whiteberry seed, the whiteberry itself. Those are the 2 drops we need. The tile... A Tileman Cardman cross account would be insane. Oh, that would be unreal. You'd have to adjust the... Ooh, you know what? Add tiles to cards as drops. You'd have to add custom cards and give tiles as drops. Also, like, how would you get the initial tiles to do... Yeah, because everyone always starts, yeah, you'd have to give yourself Draenor Rooftop. You'd literally have to start with the rooftop track, and that is how you would start gaining experience. Yeah. Instead of tokens, you get tiles. Well, no, you get tokens and tiles. You oversaturate it, so yeah, you'd have to... Oh... And then, so, yeah, tokens and tiles. It would have to be both, and you'd have to... Now, the question is, would you... You could also... Oh, my goodness. It's kind of like how in the Pokemon trading card game, there are different packs of types of cards. Instead of just buying a pack of Runescape cards, you can get one that's more tile-focused, more drop-focused. You can start diversifying the types of packs of booster packs that you can purchase. Gives you a little more strategy in where you're actually putting your stuff. Oh, might be interesting. Finally catch a stream. Hello, hi, I'm Sunshine. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, that would be interesting, Air Sniper. The logistics of... I don't know if there's a way of adding things to the tile, to the, that tile pack thing. That would be interesting. The issue for me is there's no game tied to the trading card game. It makes the rare cards feel kind of useless to me. Yeah. Wait. There's no game tied to the TCG? There definitely is a game tied to the TCG. It's just there's no game in RuneScape tied to a TCG. Yeah, Pokemon, there's tons of TCG, online and real. Not at this time, they said in the future. Okay. Yeah, leave the 2 things apart in the old school. That's fair. Really? Why am I getting messages? Why am I getting messages? Sending me cat videos? Okay. Thank you, Mother. On the live stream, sending me cat videos. Time to turn the videos off. That's funny. I'm referring to the old school trading card game, yeah. Yeah, well, the rarity definitely needs to be tweaked and adjusted. Because you... I do that to my mother, yeah. Want to see the cat videos. It's talking cat videos, and they're almost always AI-generated stuff. You do not want to see that stuff. My mom's... I mean, she's not old. She is in her 60s. But yeah, Cartman voice, Mom, I'm streaming. Yeah, kind of the same scenario. Yeah, she goes that boomer brain rot. Yeah, she got that boomer brain rot. She does. I mean, every boomer has that, though. There are several times where they sent me stuff thinking it was real. They just don't know, right? They can't identify AI yet. AI, artificial intelligence. That was a good movie. The one with, what's his face? Okay, two-tailed pheasant. Let's, hit the closest one and call it a day, I guess. Freaky Forester events are always nice. Hooray! Another lamp. Another Slayer lump. Hooray! We're actually getting up there in Slayer. We're at 41. Close to 42. Of course, we only need 48, and then we have access to the Naguas, which I thought we would have rolled by now, but we got out of freaking Varlamore so fast it wasn't even funny. It's crazy. What's interesting is the stinking quarterly poll that Jagex put out that talks specifically about chunkers and this and that. Like, it's insane. Speaking of golden gnomes, make sure to send a nomination in. No, I'm kidding. Or am I? No, it would be so neat. Like, there's actually a category for new content creators, like people who have started in the last year. So, oh, that's a second super defense. Nice. We're gonna just... Really, we've gotten 2 super defense doses. Yeah, the future game of Tileman or TCG mode probably, or chunk mode. Yeah, that's the thing is... Go into that quarterly poll thing, and honestly, go through it. Cast your votes. Because, like, if there's enough interest in certain game modes, there will be a following. Yeah, there's gonna be an official mode at this point. Exactly. Right? Really interesting. Jagex directly calls out the vast collection of different kinds of Snowflake accounts. Waiting for a Taskman mode. Yeah. Taskmans, the Slayer lock. There's so many things that could be interesting game modes that add a spin to the already existing game, right? Or could you imagine actually having a like a chunk account that is enforced instead of just having like pretend barriers around? Being able to actually enforce that so you don't accidentally click a chest and teleport out of your area because you didn't know that this chest leads to... There's some chests in Ardoin, in the Ardoin castle, that lead to Witch Haven. Like, if you fail, it teleports you all the way to Witch Haven. But what if it didn't, right? The thing is they can adjust those things too, right? Bronzeman's the new likely type to be added. I'm very interested to see what else. Yeah, Bronzeman's interesting. There's also Bronzemen which are Ironman based, and then there's Bronzemen that are like the Bronzeman main accounts are kind of interesting. Man, we needed like no food for that. We're only gonna bring a couple out. You know what? Let's chew through our crappy cooked meat. We don't need any food, really. We just need some anti-poisons in case we fail that agility course. Just top up a little bit here. Yeah, Tileman or TCG. I don't think Tileman is going to actually be... I think that was so niche, and that Bronzeman's interesting. So Bronzeman is basically... you need to get the drop, and once you get the drop, it becomes available for trade in the Grand Exchange. So you can get things back. And there's also, like, PvP Bronzeman, and then non-PvP Bronzeman. So one that allows you to get drops from PvP kills and add those to your buy things, and other ones that you don't. You need to make a Cerebrew, but after that you can buy it from the Grand Exchange. Exactly. Be interesting if they started adding more overworld spawns for certain items that are needed, or skills around to assist chunkers in some way. Yeah. Well, I mean, just looking at the shops and just adjusting them just a little bit. Like, for example, the pickaxe store in Mistrock, for example. There's no reason those guys couldn't have access to a mithril or an adamant pick. It's a pickaxe store, but no, it just goes up to steel, right? Just those little tweaks and adjustments can make a world of difference. Now, here's the big question, though. Is there going to be, if they do make the Chunkman a real game mode, what are the restrictions on starting chunks? right? Does everyone start in Lumbridge? Is there a specific area that you would start as a chunkman? Is there a set route, or is it randomized, right? Because they could create a set route chunkman that is tailored to progression by chunks, but not random, and then it could be more of a speed running category, right? Or they could allow for completely random starts with different toggles. Like, for example, do you want to include ocean chunks? Do you want to include Prif? Do you want to include Fossil Island, right? Like, there are a lot of requirements for those things, and that's one of the reasons why Tilemans are a little bit interesting there. Or they could just be like, oh, we're making Chunkman 0 requirements, so, like, they'll just toss your account in Prif. Like, that would be so interesting. Like, a level 3 account in Prif. Good luck! How cool would that be? And then just have your home teleport send you back to your home location, right? Taliman seems so easy to implement, though. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, Tileman is just get the amount of XP and then unlock certain tiles around you. That would be fairly simple to implement, because it's just Ironman account with XP-based tile unlocks. And everyone starts in Lumbridge for a Tileman. And every adventure goes from there, right? Tileman would be easy. Be interesting if they started to add more... Yeah, the overworld item spawns, I already talked about that. Sorry, I read it twice. Yeah, the entire game is a self-imposed challenge. Yeah, but the thing is yeah, chunk accounts, this is a self-imposed challenge. They make it an official game mode, though. That means there's official high scores. There's an official, like... there's a level of clout that comes with official accounts, right? Chunkmist itself, because it's recorded, because, like, everything is documented, there's a certain level of interest that can be pulled from that, because it's such a unique experience. But people don't know. Like, people don't know for sure, right? Right? And the fact that our rules have changed occasionally here and there, because otherwise Chunkmist would have been dead, because I made the wrong choices during the startup of our chunk series. Like, it could be one of those things where everything starts toggled on, and then people, like, toggle them off as they realize that, holy cow, this is awful. I don't know. Wow, a 3rd super defense, and yet not a single black dagger or a white berry seed. This is kind of funky. Let's hope we get one of them soon. Whiteberry's only like 1 in 24, so that's kind of crazy. That's cry. I'm sorry. Hold on. Another Guam leaf. Very nice. Changing home teleports and playing around with instances would be interesting. Also, if it's an official game mode, they can do changes and updates tailored to making it better. Yeah, it might make them actually think about, oh, it might be interesting if the... and here's the thing, is it could be regular chunks, or they could also do, like, honestly, mirror mode is so well received as breaking up the basements. I would highly suggest they look into adding mirror mode officially as well, right? Because if you have, or not even mirror mode, just like oh, hello. That is our whiteberries task. That means all we have is the black dagger left, and then we have completed the collection log for the Chaos Druids. Be interesting if we finally reworked smithing. Yeah, no kidding. I put that at the top of the priority, is mining and smithing. Like, in the polls, I'm like, hey, you know what you should do? Just copy and paste the mining smithing rework from RS3. Like, I don't think anyone, except for the try-hard rat bastards that keep the game in Ice Age, unmoving, unchanging stations. Yeah, they're the only ones who would vote against something like that because, like, mining is just so boring. It's terrible. Now, I would tweak it. I wouldn't. I call them no changes. Yeah, no changes, idiots. I mean, yeah, they also ruined classic WoW. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, the no changers are it's silly because, like, that's how a game stagnates. You want to do that? Go play a regular game that isn't an MMO that doesn't change. One that's released and then doesn't have updates. The whole point of an MMO is to have it grow and change and evolve over time. Right? Like, that's the fun of it. I'm down for the changes to smithing, but they need changes with old school in mind. I agree completely. Now, what I would suggest doing, this is what I would do if I were Jagex. Because if we look at the mining and smithing rework, there's certain things that are fantastic, certain things which do not scale well into the old school community. First and foremost, there are a lot of different armors and tiers in RS3 that extend well beyond the maximum limit of what exists in old school. For example, there is tier 92 plus, sometimes 95 gear. Tier 95 gear in RS3. That stuff exists. It is there. Okay? Smithing brings your armor up to tier 90. Right? Sure, you have 120 levels in smithing to get there, but that's a tier 90 armor. Torva isn't like that. That is an insanely... Yeah, defensive armor, though, no, it isn't. Because, like, the thing is they have their masterwork and their trimmed masterwork armor, which is not defensive at all. That is offensive best-in-slot armor that can only be obtained via smithing. That's the problem, is they have a best-in-slot armor, one that you cannot grind for, or one that you cannot farm for through bosses. Trim masterwork is custom fit masterwork. It's a very specific thing. It's long story short, it is power armor that you can make at level 99 smithing. And it takes a long time to make it. They actually added trimming. Yeah, they added trimming. They allowed you to trim the armor. But yeah, it takes a lot of time, a lot of resources, stuff like that. It's by no means like a quick scenario to make the stuff, but it is in smithing. And it completely dwarfs all of the other drops. Actually, now here's the thing is trim. Yeah, I think it's called custom fit trimmed masterwork or something like that. And you can augment it as well, which is a whole different thing. But the catch is they used things like the Torva armor as ingredients to make the trimmed masterwork armor. Sounds like the process to make old oath plate. Kind of. It's very similar, where you have to make different plates. And no, honestly, that's very likely where they got the idea of making the oath plate gear from. Is from that specific smithing method. Masterwork is nuts. Oh yeah, no, it's unreal. So there would have to be some scaling outs. First of all, masterwork, it couldn't exist. But you also have armor that goes from tier 1, bronze, iron, right up to tier 90. So that would need to change as well. So what you'd have to do is, first of all, we obviously know power armor is going to be better, generally speaking, than tank armor, right? You have, like, a rune plate body versus a fighter torso. Which one are you going to want to run between the two? Obviously, the fighter torso. It gives you strength bonuses, higher DPS. The stats aren't that much different. You're just going to want the fighter torso, right? Okay? So what can we do to fix that? Well, first of all, anything made via smithing has to be tank armor. It cannot be strength armor. But then you take the tiers, and instead of going from tier 1 to 10 to 90, you go from tier 1 to 70, right? You want something that is entry level, just a little bit lower than Barrow Skier in terms of tankiness. right? Like they have orichalcum, bainite, all of these weird different armors and stuff like that. You could definitely stretch rune up. Elder rune armor exists, which is crazy in and of itself. We're gonna also need, sorry, I need to always remember to bring a strange fruit, or else we can just get hooped on our way back. Yeah. Need coffee, BRB. Yeah, no, this is definitely a coffee conversation, that's for sure. I might bring out the gamer subs or something. Yeah, the way they need to fix smithing isn't adding tiers above, but making some tiers between steel and myth, addy, rune to make the jumps and progress less ridiculous. I both agree and disagree there, Dragon Loco. I think they could definitely add something between rune and dragon. Something on the same equivalent to granite armor. I think there could be something like that. Or, you know what? They could literally just retweak Lovakite. And use Lovakite as an actual armor tier. And then, yeah, maybe create 1 or 2 more armor sets in between. So, yeah, you like between Mithril and Addy, and then you stretch it out, right? And the main problem here is the actual smithing process, I think. Rune armor is way too prevalent in the reward table. Well, it's only prevalent in the reward... Here's the thing, Air Sniper. It's only prevalent in the reward table if you go out searching for it. Ironmen have a long history of needing to hunt very specific things for those pieces of rune armor. When you think of a rune scimitar, you think of fire giants, or you think of those Zamorak warriors in the ZMI altars. Smithing needs a skilling pet too. Now, see, I don't agree with that, Green Dragonite. The actual, if you look at what skills actually do have skill pets, you'll notice all of them are gathering based skills, except for agility, right? Agility is a weird exception, where you can get the squirrel pet. But if you look at all of them, you have rune crafting, which is, rune crafting is processing. No, my argument's invalid. All of the processing skills, or all of the actual harvesting and smithable granite tier would be very cool. Marks of Grace count as gathering. I mean, it must for my logic to work. And then rune crafting, harvesting runes and stuff would have to count. But if you look, wood cutting, pet. Farming, pet. Fire making, that's not a gathering, that's a processing skill. No pet. Cooking, no pet, that's processing. Fishing, that's a gathering skill. Pet. Smithing, no. Mining, yes. Right? It makes sense. It's the gathering skills. Thieving, you are taking something from something else. Didn't the mining smithing work also bring in salvage to replace rune armor drops? That is correct. It did. So salvage is a fantastic idea as well. But the thing is that is very specifically and only going to be used for alking. That's it. The only purpose of salvage is alking. And for disassembly in ties to invention, which I really don't think old school is going to go down the route of invention. I really wish it did, because it adds so much variety to the game, and it really allows, like, rich accounts to just chug through their money, like, and it makes all the prices of items go way up. Rune crafting pet. Yeah, it's the one from Guardians of the Rift you can get. I guess that's more of a mini-game pet, but it is a skilling pet. Is sailing a gathering skill? Yeah, no, you're right, Green Dragonite. Is sailing a gathering skill too? No, that is a... I mean, sailing is in the same way that agility is, right? Because you have some sailing tasks which are, you've got salvaging. That is a gathering task. It's just to make it fair for the rest of the skill, they tied a drop rate to everything else. So I would say yes. Yes, sailing is a gathering skill, because you have salvage. If they added orichalcum gravel to Venator, which seemed to be purely for alking. Yeah. Orichalcum gravel, right? Let's take a look at it. Orichalcum Gravel is unrefined orichalcum that can be dropped from Venators. Its only use is high alchemy. High alchs for 102k. Though the examine test alludes to the possibility of refining it some way. That's the thing is... Oh, another whiteberries drop. Nice. Speaking of, holy cow. Holy cow. We are way over. Hold on. Boop. We have, above and beyond, killed our 100 Chaos Druids. We're still looking for that Black Drake. Oh, wow, a Dwarf Weed. That's good. We're still looking for that Black Dagger, though. Sailing feels like an exploration skill to me. I mean, in the same way Agility is an exploration skill. But the thing is sailing can also be gathering via trawling, gathering via... the exploration part of sailing is such a minor thing. Because you also have the races. The races aren't exploration. The races are a timed agility course, right? You have a timed agility course. You have exploration and completion, basically. And then you have salvaging. Like, the sailing in and of itself is such a broad skill. And then, of course, you have, like, deliveries. And you have random events. And, yeah. Sailing extends to other skills. You could say the same with agility being in Guardians of the Rift, giving you access to that better mining spot, right? It's just a means to an end for something. It's a transportation method. It's a support skill, it is strange that there is a pet, but I can understand their logic when they added salvaging. Plus, of course, it's a new skill. They wanted the hype around it. Honestly, there should be a pet for every skill. Every single skill. Except for maybe, like, combat skills. I'd maybe not put a pet behind combat skills. But, yeah, give every single thing a pet. There's no reason not to. Pets for every skill. There should be a pet for every skill. One. Just one. Right? Sailing, I feel, is more encompassing than other gathering skills, though. What do you think of... What else do you do with mining than mine? Yeah, exactly. Mining is just mining. It's just where you mine and what you mine that makes the difference. Just one pet would be nice. Yeah, one pet would... One pet... Oh, are you talking about you personally? Like, you would really like a pet? Yeah, So yeah, the Orichalcum Gravel is definitely... Let's see. Unrefined Dragon Metal. Yeah, no, they're definitely going to add away. I guarantee you, if we look at this and how it says unrefined dragon metal, I 100% guarantee you that down the road, because, like, they are moving towards while Guthix sleeps. Like, that quest line, the big quest line. What's after while Guthix sleep? Ritual of the Maharaja, things like that. They are moving in that direction eventually. What's going to happen? What was the reward in RS3? Yeah, that is how you were able to make dragon plate bodies, as they unlocked that way. Of course, you get those from Dragon Slayer 2 quest. But fletching should be an ent. Fletching should be an ent. That would be a fantastic fletching pet. And make it drop from Veil Totems or something. Like, make it specific to the minigame or something. World Wakes, yeah, exactly. Thing is World... That's going to be such a touch-and-go scenario. Because when the World Wakes hit in RS3, it changed your character from, I'm an adventurer having fun, to, I'm the World Guardian destined to save the world. And I know for a fact that the devs on Old School never want to go down that route. They don't want to make your character the special hero, right? They want to always just make you some guy who happened to be there at the time. That's the whole point of your character, right? They already kind of got a little hero-y with Song of the Elves, and that was probably where they were pushing it. Like, that was probably like, we gotta unlock Prif, and we gotta not make us look like a hero. So then, of course, they friend zone you with what's her face, right? Old School World Guardian is definitely the guy from Dream Mentor. I really hope they play it that way, honestly. they make Dream Mentor guy the guy. I love that perspective. Just some guy that was there at the time. Yeah. Now I could see it being like you aiding that dude in doing all this. Yeah, Ciricius. Honestly, you make Ciricius the main character. Bad news about that guy. Oh no, not bad news about Ciricius. But yeah, make him the main guy, the one who talks to death and it wasn't his time and comes back to life or something. Give him player powers, right? Bad news about that guy. Even if he dies in a quest, bring him back, right? Death is permanent in this game except for the chosen hero, right? Right? So what you do is you set yourself up as the sidekick, the helper guy, the NPC, the person who helps the main character defeat Sleeske and stuff like that. And, you know, you're the one who, maybe he goes around and collects some items for you to support him during his final fight, against the elder gods or what. Yeah, I feel like you can't have those be incompatible. You just happen to be at the right place at the right time. You're not the chosen one enough. Yeah, exactly. We're in the right place at the right time for all of our quests, except for really it's Song of the Elves that just kind of feels like you're pull the main game window up, you have it minimized. Yeah, I guess we're still looking at Orichalcum Gravel. I mean, this is just as exciting as looking at gravel. Man, we're hitting hard now. 83 strength definitely goes a long way. And we're almost at 70 attack too, which is going to be nice. As soon as we hit 70 attack, we'll probably switch back to strength, honestly. Because 70 attack can get us most things, and I don't really think we need more than 70 attack for most scenarios. I honestly preferred the gravel. It had more color than all this brown. Yeah, exactly. There's another insold Chaos Druid head. We're only down here until we get the Black Dagger, though. So, it's a 1 in 128. I mean, we could go dry. We could be here for 500 more kills, but, I mean, if there's anything to be dry on, it would be a moderately low defense enemy with a decent-ish health pool. 40 health is, it's not small, but this is honestly not too bad. We are technically over the drop rate, though, at 131 out of 100, so I hope we get it soon. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Ensouled head and double leaf drop. Crazy. It's funny because this is going to be so helpful. We're going to really be happy when we get Druidic Ritual and we have all of this, all of it. Oh, mwah. It's going to be so good. So good. I mean, we're going to, just like Josh Isn't Gaming, probably fly through our entire stock like that. But, we also have access to, what's it called, though? Here's the thing, is, mixology, mastering mixology, because of our chunks. Oh, my goodness. You want a game changer? Try having mastering mixology in your back pocket once you get Herblore. That is going to be night and day. Amazing. I just hope we get a stinking, what's it called? An allotment patch before we roll that. I'm really hoping we get an allotment patch before we unlock Druidic Ritual. Otherwise, that'll be just, I mean, we'll be down here killing regular Chaos Druids, likely. Oh my goodness. A lot of ensouled heads. That's pretty neat. They've definitely been heading down the player's a world-level threat path, though, between Desert Treasure 2 and Blood Moon Rises, though. Yes. Yeah. I mean, those are Grandmaster level quests. I would imagine they do have to kind of up the ante for those. There are, like, the ends of the quest lines and stuff like that. I mean, even the end of the Tombs of a Masket was like you beating the crap out of a demigod, like, or the avatars of the demigod, right? So it's not like you're weak at all. But now here's the counterpoint, though. They made Zamogriel really freaking strong. Like, when he... this is some minor spoilers for some quests, but, like, when he offs those certain actual NPCs permanently, they are they are dusted, like, you get a real sense of, oh crap, this is an enemy I am not going to be able to face, and I will die if I fight them. Like, there is some high-risk scenarios that you are not ever able to overcome. Right? I feel like at some point you just being a guy loses its charm when you're constantly dealing with world-ending threats. At some point you're gonna be important just because you know everyone. That is fair, Geo, but giving yourself special superpowers, like in RS3 they give you like the world guard, you get like blasted by some dark anima magic or something and you become immune to like this shadow magic and you can see into the darkness of shadows. Like, it gives you superpowers, literally gives you superpowers, and the game just decides, yeah, sure, that's okay. And then necromancy is like, you're a chosen you're like the chosen necromancer now, and like there's only one of you now run this city of the dead. Like, there's so many things in RS3 that are like, not only are you like the big guy, but you're like the big guy with all the skills that everyone turns to for every problem that they have. Whereas here, it's a little more one small favor-ish, where it's just like, you're there at the right time to do the right thing. And yeah, you do get reputation. That's the thing, is old school allows you to gain reputation with characters, right? But it's never like the point of, like, people still say run when the avatar of Saren comes to greet you and kick your teeth in, right? It's only you who happens to have really good gear and the knowledge to take on the avatar of Saren that, like, when you defeat him, what's his face, Ioworth, is like, what the heck just happened? What did you do? How did you do that? Like, they're in as much shock as you are, because they don't expect you to be able to do that, right? New Jeoparite video yesterday, and I actually have time for a Relix stream today. I'm eating good this week. Yeah. Yeah, there's some, yeah. By the way, the new series, I will be releasing that this week because I have Wednesday off. I have extra time, so I have like back-to-back days to polish and finish the video. So you will be getting a new video this week, and it will be chef's kiss amazing because it's a new series and it's gonna be a blast and y'all are gonna enjoy it. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Let the feast continue. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. I think it kind of plays into the idea that the hero is the one that steps up. Anyone could do it, and this time it was you. That's very fair, Game Freak. I agree there. A hero could be anyone, it just takes someone to, yeah. There's a difference between your character is one of the strongest warriors around, and there's a set fate destined for your character. Exactly. Yes. Right there. Exactly. Like, we're strong. We're one of the strongest out there. We are... like, people go out of their way to ask us to defeat things because we have a reputation of being absolute giga chads in this world, right? Like, I don't know, but if you have the quest cape canonically, you may seem and dealt with so much stuff it feels you should be well known. You're more than just a random schmuck. Yeah. That's entirely correct. You aren't a schmuck, but you're also not the destined world guardian fated to be entwined with the gods. Like, yeah, big difference. There's a big difference there. I will say Jagex has done a good job this year fixing the long-term health of RS3 with changes they made. It made me quite excited for leagues next month. Yeah, if I wasn't so, like... It's been years since I've played RS3, and I'm still burnt out from it. Once I hit that trimmed comp cape, it felt like there was really nothing else that I could do to like... I'd done everything I wanted to in that game. And then old school came around, got on old school... Oh, yeah, there was a little transition period where I got really into League of Legends. Let's not talk about that. That was an Emerald 2 kind of a scenario. I wasn't great, I wasn't terrible. Right? But but yeah, there was a stint where I needed a transition period in between RS3 and old school. But then old school hit me, and I really liked it because it was... I started learning that there was so much more than just point and click and attack, which, of course, is all we're doing here right now. But just the fact that you have things like tick-eating death mechanics and not only perfect prayer-flicking mechanics and like the... what's it called? Red Xing. I think red Xing, like when I was introduced to the red Xing method for Baba, that is where something clicked in my head, and I'm like, oh, there's a lot to this game. There's like surface value, we're playing old school, and then there's like, oh crap, there's some depth to this thing that like not even the devs are 100% certain on. Like, there was a fine line between that becoming super interesting, and that's what made the switch. That's why I never went back to RS3. I think the Bill Garrett book series handled Fate Destiny the best way I've ever seen it done. I haven't read those, so I can't be certain, but that sounds probably good. Oh no, double mirror until... I was afraid of this. We're gonna have to drop the coins and make a mad dash for it. Okay, let's try to get to the bank real quick. I definitely don't see old school going the World Guardian route. I really hope not. Oh. Hey Iron Maiden, how's it going? I got a rush. I don't want to leave my coins sitting there. Got to deposit this whole wad of herbs. I do think it would be fun to bring the reputation in, though. Have you be an important guy because you have so many friends and connections, and that's what makes you the guy, and then play into it. Yeah. I think you might want to like subvert the expectations there as well. Like if I were a writer on the team, is have a scenario where everyone's expecting you to do something and then just have your arse beaten. Like absolutely get like almost like a... I hate to say it, but a scripted loss of just like something that is so impossible to beat because it like just hits 99s every hit. Just something that you cannot deal with physically. Cannot. And then, I mean, I guess that is what Drakan was, really. It was something that you could not face until right at the end, right? So they do script stuff like that, right? You weren't supposed to win, you were just supposed to get somewhere. But make it... yeah, it'd be interesting. I'd have to give it more thought. Then again, I'm not a writer, so I don't have to give it more thought. That's right, Jagex. I am open for hire. You need another writer. I have character design. I got years of experience. I know your world like the back of my hand. Come on, you know it. Can you imagine? Oh my goodness. Hiring me on the dev team as a writer. That would be fantastic. I'd love that job. That would be great. Yeah, old school is good at scaling down things that sometimes I forget it's an MMO. Yeah, that's fair. Unite a ton of the quest lines into one as the connection point between them. Do you think that would be good? I mean, that is what Ritual of the Maharaja is going to be. Either Ritual or, like, some of the... Keep in mind, they have done that already for a bunch of quests. Like, any of the Grandmaster quests are accumulation of, like, tons of quests. Desert Treasure 2, for example, was accumulation of a massive amount of quests all over the place, right? And you get to explore the whole world. Like, the fact that Desert Treasure 2 requires that garden quest. What is it? There's that really weird garden quest. It's the one that gives a large amount of farming XP and just has you digging into ruins, and then the guy kind of catches you and writes it in his books. The one that you start... Hold on. Gillinor Surface. Right there. The Garden of Death. That's the one. The fact that you need the Garden of Death in order to do Desert Treasure 2 is amazing to me, because they took something that just was just a nothing burger. Like, there was not going to be, like, it didn't feel like that was going to go anywhere at all. And then they tied it into one branching arm of the Desert Treasure 2 quest. I wholehandedly think that that particular quest is the best quest that Jagex has made to this day. We're talking, you know what? I'll go on record and say this. I think Desert Treasure 2 is the best quest, period, that anyone has made in any game. It's like, hands down, it is just so well made. There's a ton of mystery, action, tying things together, hard combat, like difficult combat, especially if you get there a little early, but then tying in so many different things. Like, it is a masterpiece of work. Only second to maybe The Riveting Tale. That one, of course, should take first place for obvious reasons. Wait, hold up. There was a Baron quest line in The Witcher 3 that you would love to have to word with you. Well, I haven't played The Witcher 3, so I can't... Yeah, I can't confirm or deny whether it's better or not. Objectively, I can't see every single game. Of the hundreds of games I have played, though, the quest is good. Funny you say that. I'm in the process of abandoning old school and going full steam ahead in RS3. Well, the thing is, if you are burnt out of old school, RS3, you can use the same darn accounts, right? Each and every account that you buy has an old school and an RS3 attached. So it is probably the best game that you can hop to, Ice, in terms of... Plus, of course, if you're new to that, and since all of the changes they've made to RS3 recently, it is a whole different... It is an improved game over what it was a few years back. Definitely. Ever since they released Necromancy and then decided, oh, hey, our combat system should look like this, and then they revamped. Basically, they did almost like a reverse EOC, where they simplified things a little bit more and made like the autocast system much simpler. Ever since that moment, I think RS3 has had some potential to come back. But, I mean, yeah. I mean, we'd basically become another figurehead similar to the Wise Old Man. Yeah. Basically, you'd be the Wise New Man. Or whatever. But yeah, no, I agree there. Sometimes I feel the instinctive need to subvert expectations can get in the way sometimes, as someone who playing into those expectations feels satisfying to me for the reader. Yeah. Thing is when you're playing a game and it's never subverted your expectation in a certain thing, and keep in mind, we have, what, 339 quest points, 181 quests, right? We haven't had that particular expectation subverted in 181 quests. I think one time they should subvert that expectation just a little bit, right? Just a thought. Subversion can feel cheap and done just to do it if you know. Yeah, exactly. It can be cheap. It can be cheap. There was this one book that I was reading. Can't remember the exact title of it, but it was... It ended up being an... Honestly, I can't say it on stream, because it's... the book itself was really politically charged, and it was perfectly fine right up until the end, and then it's just like, oh, racism. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, it subverted my expectations for sure, but it was like, I will never buy another book from you again, because this is awful. Why would you do that? So I get the point of sometimes subverting expectations can be awful. Right? It's got to be done right. Desert Treasure 2 story-wise is amazing. Problem with Desert Treasure 2 is that it's not too hard, but it requires a skill set that I do not have. Skills you need for higher level PVM in the game. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is they can't... When it comes to one of those culmination-based quests, ones that take tons of things and mushes it all together, it can't be easy. Right? They know it's possible for players to do it, and they know that players are able to do this relatively if they practice, and with high enough stats and stuff, it becomes quite easy to do those bosses. Like, if you have 99s in every skill, Desert Treasure 2, because keep in mind, the quest version, much easier than the actual bosses. At that point, like, you need to get good. There's a line of you can prep and you can keep prepping and get better gear in order to do it, and if you're still having problems with the best gear available to you, then you just need to do it over and over until you get better at it, right? Eventually it will happen. It took me 2 days to beat the Whisperer. It took me several days to beat the Whisperer too, Ice. The Whisperer is a pain in the absolute arse, and I agree 100% with that. The Whisperer is an absolute pain. A lot of Elder Scrolls side quests are great, and the main quests, which suck. Yeah, sometimes the side quests can be great, like the Riveting Tale. It has no other connections. It was great. I can get good. I actually got good and had a bit lucky last phase. Yeah, the Whisperer is my least favorite Desert Treasure 2 boss by a very large margin. I just don't want to get good at this kind of gameplay. Well, you just have to get good enough at that kind of gameplay, right? You just need to be able to click and move, click and move. And if you don't want to get good at that, then you don't get to complete the quest, right? Because it's setting you up to be able to learn the bosses, to be able to kill the bosses, to get that end game stuff. Hey there, Anne. How are you doing? Pretty good. Doing okay. I only watch and I'm a member of 2 old school streamers, and both of you streamed at the same time today. I chose you all. Thanks, Buxy. Who's the other streamer, if you don't mind me asking? I'm kind of interested who this second mystery streamer is. By the way, I stream every day at this time, so yeah, Tadpie. I don't know who they are. Who is Tadpie? Huh. Okay. Interesting. And shockingly, both are Canadian. Both me and Tadpie, apparently. Dice locked accounts. Okay. And yeah. And he's... honestly, yeah. Dice locked Ultimate Ironman. Ooh. Are you enjoying playing this? Yes. Yes, I am, man. I am really enjoying playing this. I enjoy chunk accounts of the added difficulty and progression that's based on area aside from... I don't know. I enjoy it. Yeah, I do. There are definitely moments that are like, okay, this is getting a little long. Like, for example, I'm at 42 agility. I need to hit 90, right? So, there's some certain things that are like, this is going to take a while. But, like right now, we're just killing Chaos Druids to try to get the Black Dagger drop, because we have no other access to that drop. And that's our rule set, right? Where the heck did my water go? There it is. I will try soon. What, you're gonna try a chunk account? If you're... How familiar are you with the game here, Anne? Because if you're just getting into it, I probably wouldn't start with a chunk account. If you're like a veteran, then yeah, go for it, right? Screen's gonna get flashy for a second. There we go. When I pull up a new tab or something, the screen sometimes goes black for a second. It's just Windows 11 stuff, unfortunately. Honestly, I think the first restricted account, Slayerscape, seems like a good thing. Oh, yeah. Slayerscape was going to be a potential as well. That was definitely... It was right on the fence with the group account that I ended up making. It was, I think, contender number 2. I was going to be very close to the Slayer... I was literally this close to making a Slayerscape account. What other games will you play? Like other... like video games or other game modes in RuneScape, because this is just an old school channel. We're only doing old school RuneScape here, period. Yeah, I tried varieties of games on my previous channel, and it did not work. What happened is people lost interest from game to game. It stagnated growth. Things didn't work out. I had a few viral hits, but then it got me excited and had me holding on to a dead fish for like years. It set me back so much. What other games do you like to play? I mean, besides old school, you know, there's times I play TFT or League with the guys. We do some ARAMs from here and there, but I mean, nothing that I'm gonna stream or record, things like that. In my off time, we also do things like Pal World. Let's take Pal World for example. I'm enjoying Pal World as well, right? There are games that I do play in my off time as well. Just like there's only so much editing I can do, right? You put in a 12-hour day of video editing, you're gonna want 4 hours to just kind of decompress, right? Ooh, another whiteberry drop, and yet another no dagger drop. That's unfortunate. Alright, let's get back over and hope we don't fall. Hooray. We got past. Nice. Honestly, I think for... let's see, I already said that one. So they added a new quest in Zone and RS3, and I'm doing the intro quest now. It's freaking amazing. Yeah, I saw that. This big eastern continent. Basically, it looks like they're making a Karen, a new Karen, almost. It's kind of interesting. I wonder how large that continent is going to be, because they are stretching it out. It's going to be real interesting. Because we don't know how large they're going to go, right? It could be a huge continent. It could be you've seen 2/3 of it, right? We don't know. By the way, I just finished God of War Ragnarok. I've never played that game. I have definitely seen a lot of clips online about it. It did look pretty good. I heard it was really good as well. Like, the people who have played it have said that it is a really solid game. Particularly with the aspect of Loki. Like, just having that second, more grounded placeholder so that everything else is in a perspective of... I don't know. It looked good. It looked good. We sell old school and old school accessories. Is that a propane base? Yeah. Yeah, that's I get the reference. Yeah, here on Relix, we are old school specifically. Whether we get into leagues and Deadman mode and all that is up for debate. I don't know yet. We might try it out and have like a nice little one-off episode here or there, maybe. Maybe. We'll find out. But I haven't participated in those just yet. Yeah. Not a bad enemy to be randomly dry on. Yeah, exactly. This is probably one of the best enemies. Unless it was like the actual Chaos Druids. These guys are a little bit beefier. You have a really comforting stream style. Oh, thank you. I have been told that I put people to sleep sometimes. It's comforting until it isn't. When we get excited... like when there's like a big drop that occurs, if it's live, it is far beyond comforting, right? It is hectic and crazy and weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth. No, getting a little biblical there. But yeah, no, it gets kind of crazy in here when we do get a good drop. The Black Dagger is not what I would consider a good drop. It would be more like the Curved Bone or the Shaman Mask. Like when those things happened, it was like dopamine flying everywhere. It's crazy. Dead Man, but I'm stuck at PvP, so I suck at PvP, so I run and hide. It's fun to play through. I don't know about making it a video. Yeah. Yeah, Green Dragon. That's fair. But yeah. Well, I mean, that wouldn't be my video, because it would be Dead Man, but I don't suck at PvP, but I only counterattack. I'm not an instigator. I don't go out of my way to kill people, but if someone wants to hit me, I will put them in the ground, so to speak. Never start a fight, always finish a fight. That's my motto. I have killed many a PvPer on my group Ironman, my main first group Ironman, specifically at RDO. I've gotten a lot of kills at RDO. Like, I'll be killing RDO, and then they'll come in, and I'll freeze them, and I'll start bashing them with Mako Heedles, like, in the full set, by the way. Like, I'll be in the full set. I'll be using, like, crappy mage set or something, and then they'll come in, I'll freeze them in spot, and then I'll just start beating the piss out of them. And yeah, needless to say, while they're protecting melee, because of course they are, they get smacked by the RDO attack and get smashed into the wall, and then I bring out a Dragon Dagger, and yeah, they're fun. They die quickly, and quite often. It's great. Except for like the people who are like in full Arams with the freaking serpentine helm. Those are the ones I run from. Like, Nature Rune Drop. Serpentine Helm Arams, guys, those are the ones I'm like, no, those aren't going to be fun. That's not to say I haven't lost. I have lost before, and I have, like, lost some significant things, right? Like, I went to do agility in the Wilderness Agility Arena, and Serpentine guy came up. I thought, oh, maybe I can counterattack. He smited me, got my Blue Moon Staff. My Blue Moon Spear, sorry. Blue Moon Spear. Kept the rest of my set, but am I going to go back to, like, after the hundreds of hours that I spent and try to grind out a Blue Moon Spear? Probably not. No, that would be silly, right? But then again, I need it for clue scroll steps, right? You need a full Blue Moon armor set for an elite clue scroll, so it made me so demoralized when that happened that I just, like, I think that was one of the turning points of, okay, well, this account, it's progressing, but I could have fun elsewhere. And then I started thinking about Chunkmist and started thinking about other things I could do to make it more interesting. It works. Lol chatting. Yeah. Wait. Huh, there's a Marantil on the ground here? Oh, no, it's yours! Oh. Iron Maiden. Hot take, I hate forced PvP. That is a hot take. Because you have unforced PvP in RS3, and it makes the wilderness pretty crap. I left it to show I didn't get the dagger. Oh, that's fair. Yeah. The thing is if it's not a forced PvP, then it's a dead PvP. If people don't need to do PvP, they won't do PvP. If you could farm RDO and Callisto and Venenatus and all of those characters in a safe, non-PvP environment, you know what would happen? They would choose the non-PvP in... Yeah, ow no. Anyway. Yeah, ow no. Or is that supposed to be oh no? Anyway, yeah. It's like... Yeah, it is a hot take. Yeah. In RS3, they got rid of the Wilderness Sculling system. You have to opt in instead of opting out. Alright, can I your Discord? I will show you there. What? I mean, you can definitely go into the Discord. It's in the description down below. As long as you're not a bot. Just don't click the bot buttons. And yeah, you can at me. That's not a problem. Been watching the stream for a bit and decided to comment. Only PvP is from Battlefield 4 and Plants vs. Only PvP I like is from Battlefield 4 and Plants vs. Zombies. Oh, then I guess you never played Worms WMD before then. Oh. No, seriously. I'm sure there are games like that. That, yeah. Can I your Discord? I will show you there. I'm not getting. Yeah, that sentence does not make sense, and I'm not exactly getting what you're gonna show me there, Anne. That's a bit of a confusing sentence. Let me send. You can do whatever you want. Why wouldn't you be able to send? And also, what are you sending? I'm not getting the context of what you're going to be sending. So, weren't they going to be adding some kind of PvP tutorial soonish? Well, they're definitely planning on it. It was in their quarterly survey. They definitely messaged that. There, Anne has joined Mr. Rockman. There we go, Anne. You got in. Just make sure to click the not a bot ones, and you won't get put into robot jail. Yeah, be careful with that one. Yeah, they had the quarterly survey, and they definitely mentioned a PvP tutorial of sorts. Sometimes it's funny and interesting when an account needs to go into the wilderness, even when they clearly don't want to, and take minimal gear. Yeah, and the thing is there are ways of, like, it's usually clue scrolls. It's usually clue scrolls that head up there. Yeah. But then they have clue cases that save you in case of PvP death, right? So there are ways around that. Oh, speaking of, I should probably set my Discord to Do Not Disturb. I just won't get notifications on Do Not Disturb, so you won't hear in the stream. But you can still send messages. I love PvP in general as long as it's instanced and opt-in. Going randomly around the world and getting jumped by someone who's better equipped because they're hunting, it feels cheap. I agree there, Ice, and I think that's why I didn't like Black Desert Online, is because they had those, like, PvP style, like, you could just get attacked by anyone anywhere, and it was really rough. I played Worms once on my babysitter's computer when I was like 7. Yeah, it is an older one. The eternal issue is someone in arms with Serpent Helm likely has more years of experience than someone trying to get their Voidwaker pieces and leave. Yeah, exactly. Thing is, if you don't like that, you're not going to be good at it. But then again, that's their source of income, is taking out crappy PvPers like you, right? I really like the idea of wildy-only clues with slightly increased odds or a different drop table than taking wildy clues out of rotation. I know it's an unpopular opinion. I'm a heathen. Wildy clues are generally a lot easier to do, though. Just sent a request. Well, and I don't know who you are, so I'm not going to add you as a friend yet. I need to know what you're going to be sending me, okay? Right, you can send me messages. There you go. Until you triple check mages at a canoe spot and get... Well, yeah. I mean, that's a leader. That's master clues, Kyler. Like, or Kyle. I forget. Oh, no, it was Kyle. Yeah, it was Kyle. Um, yeah, that is a very point. Yeah, no, those are like the end game stuff, right? Like, if you're on a hard clue scroll, first of all, the name hard, uh, and you just walk to a spot and dig in a spot. Like, the hard part is making sure that you have your finger on a world hop button if someone comes in your general area. Yeah, and I am not gonna be looking at your artwork portfolio. Why am I looking at your artwork portfolio? You haven't mentioned anything to do with that. You finished God of War Ragnarok. You just link an art portfolio. That seems kind of that's kind of suspicious, bud. I don't know who you are. Sorry, I'm not gonna just be clicking on art portfolios. Yeah, I don't want to get hacked. That would be silly. I think they might be a bot. Seems body. Well, they're not. They messaged me on Discord, and they sent me a link. But like, it's literally, it feels very. Yeah, their types of scammers show up in a lot of low viewer screens. Yeah, definitely kind of scammy. Sorry, Anne. No. I'm not gonna look at your portfolio. That is, like, no. You haven't told me why. You haven't told me the context. You just link me a portfolio? That's weird. Holy nigging. Yeah. Well, if someone sends me unsolicited things, like, that's weird. Right? That's almost as bad as the toes guy. Not that bad, obviously, but, like, you can't. I don't think you could ever get worse than toes person. Oh, that's a scam 100%. Yeah, exactly. Kick and ban. Yeah, and your name is kind of suspicious. Everything. Yeah, you know what? We're going to. If you're not a scammer, you'll be back. You're getting timed out and removed. Sorry, bud. We're blocking you. That's. Yeah, no, we're not having that. Hold on just 1 second. I'm getting rid of that person. Hold on, just. Did they really just. Tons of scammers like this, yeah. Show profile. Hold on. I'm just in the Discord. Just give me a second. I'm just removing a person. Huh. Yeah. Art sellers. Thing is, their name isn't even that. Like, it's. What the heck? Like, their name isn't even the same, so I can't track them down and see. Like, their profile image is different or something, or they're in offline mode. What is this? This is unreal. Yeah, they don't even show up. So many people want me to commission them Jotham, then I don't have money to commission. Exactly, right? The thing is, they just joined, and I can't find. I can't find them. Like they should be in my activity. Oh my goodness. They're not showing up. Yeah, there they are. Okay. Ban. Suspicious account. There we go. Got them. They're gone. Thank you for letting me know. I'm also going to grab that real quick. Someone spamming Discord. No, someone was in YouTube chat soliciting artwork and stuff like that. Yay, Genie. Yeah. Gonna get that Genie lamp. Like, just out of nowhere. They're like, hey, you like do you like games? That's cool. Hey, let me send you a link. Like, out of nowhere. Just, like, felt like a bot. It felt like a bot, honestly. So I timed him out for 24 hours in the chat here and banned him from the Discord. Because, like, that was really suspicious. That was really weird. First time for something like that to happen, which is kind of interesting. Let's grab a few lobbies and head our way back. Might see some light flashing. There we go. Only been sending memes to the meme channel, really, and the picture of my cat fighting my teeth through the blanket. Yeah. Bunch of sussy baka bots lately. Yeah. Well, my buddy got scammed. My buddy, he was a moderator on the channel. He somehow clicked a link. Next thing you know, his account's hacked, right? Always follows. Yeah. Hi, lull you in. Boom. Art. Yeah, it was like, hi, how you going? Do you like game? Like, what games do you like? It's like, it's old school. That's what I do. I do old school stuff. And not even like, oh, that's cool. Just like I'm gonna send you, can I send link? Like, it was so weird. It was weird. Man, fallen twice in a row. That's kind of stinky. And this is why this isn't 3 in a row. Let's keep going. Let's see how many we can fall in a row. Currently, 3 is the answer. Come on. Ah, we got through on the 4th. Thank goodness. Yeah, rough. No kidding. Yeah. We are, by the way, we are well over what we needed to kill here. We're just needing that black dagger, which is hilarious. I'm gonna just double check the drop table and make sure it's there. Yeah, 1 in 128, black dagger. It's definitely a drop from these guys. That's hilarious. A bit off topic. You know what's one of the worst things about working in an area with ticks? You get paranoid. Every little scab might be one now. That's terrifying, Geo. Also, yeah, I have ticks in my area, and yeah, it sucks. And I don't want to get that meat tick. Ugh. Found out, yeah, ticks can make you allergic to meat. I go all out. Yeah, I avoid ticks like the plague. Only been sending memes through the meme channel, really, and a picture of my cat fighting my feet through a blanket. That's perfectly acceptable. Bunch of sussy baka bots, yeah. Paranoia as well. Could be one that always follows the same pattern. Hi, lull you in, boom, art. Okay, there we go. Caught up with chat. Sorry, was chatting here. Who was that? Just some person, Anne, whatever. They're no longer in here. They're timed out in the chat here, and yeah, avoid ticks and bots and the plague. That's what we've learned here. Now we are going to close direct message. We don't need to talk to that person ever again. I'm not a good mod. Well, you're not a mod, so don't worry about it. At Game Freak. I avoid ticks as much as I can, but I often have to work through tall grass and forests and stuff, so that's unavoidable. Yeah, but you can also wear things that help prevent ticks from actually getting to you, right? You have jeans, you have work boots, you have things that keep you safe, right? The magic of human ingenuity is we can do things like that, so. It's rare it can happen, certain type of something, yeah. Deet is my friend, yeah. Definitely could be your friend. Yeah, it's funny because they go from deet to no deet to deet to no deet. And it's like, what's the good one? What is deet? What does a deet do? And at least up in Canada, they're like, oh, it's safe. Oh, it's unsafe. Oh, it's safe. And they keep swapping back and forth, and they don't know what's going on. It's weird. Who was that got hacked? Another streamer? Oh, no. One of my IRL buddies, who I made a moderator on my Discord, he got hacked. And it wasn't just like a little hack either. It was like he was like they hacked into his account, got past his two-factor authentication, and then so what the bot did, whatever the hacker did, got into the account, changed his name to like Sexy Girl 420 or something like that, right? Changed all of his stuff, and then messaged everyone in his messaging list with links that were, of course, bad. And then Mr. Beast stuff. You know, the crappy Mr. Beast stuff. Yeah. Like the win your Bitcoin crap. Like, yeah. Sent those to everyone in every message. Yeah. Just every single chat was spammed with that. It was removed from like several of his favorite Discords, which can't get back into, which is unfortunate. But yeah, it's, oh. Dang. All right. We are at 70 attack. Look at those. Oh, crystal weaponry, halberd, Sarasword, Zami Spear, Whip, Guthans, Varix, Ursine, Chainmace, a Vernic Defender, Arams, Frost Moon Spear. Wait, it's called the Frost Moon Spear? I didn't know that. Black Salamanders, Darox, Torregs, Abyssal Bludgeon, and the Makawahital. That is beautiful. Mwah. Oh. Is there anything at tier 75 that we'd want to get to immediately? Arclight, Godsword, Tentacle, Godsword, Bulwark, Vestas, Voidwaker, Staff of the Dead, Staff of Light. Nothing that we have any close or immediate access to. So we are going back to strength training. We are at 70 attack. We're going to start training strength a bit more. Because why not? Could also train defense up to 60. That would probably be fine, but I mean, there's no reason for it really. That would just boost our levels substantially and make us even more of a target in PvP areas. No need for that. Gotta get... Yeah. Gotten those from like 10 people over 5 years. Yeah, exactly. There's also specific anti-tick spray I use. I didn't know there was a specific anti-tick spray, but it's nice to know that exists. Gotta make a phone call back shortly. Alright, Buxy. We'll see you soon then. Oh, as in like... Yeah, I know, I get it. Yeah. You gotta make a phone call as in you gotta get some anti-tick spray. Or not. Actual phone call, one or the other. That's what we get one bot spam in the Discord a couple days ago. Yeah, exactly. Which makes me consider that it was just another regular person who got hacked. And I unfortunately banned those people. Which is sad, but there's literally nothing I can do about it. Like, your account became jeopardized. Someone has your password one way or another, right? And it can happen to anyone. It can happen to me. It can happen to your Uncle Chuck. Anyone can get hit by one of those things. It's just one bad link somewhere. Like that link that person just sent me. I didn't click on it, right? They sent me a link. And it's like, do I want to click on this thing? Hell no, I don't want to click on this thing. It's suspicious. I don't want to see your store. Uncle Chuck, that's way past uncool, yeah. I know it isn't the best weapon in all RuneScape, but I'd like to get that Silverwhite. Gets all those upgrades through all the different tiers, and I hope we get more weapons like that. Yeah, the Silverlight turning into Darklight, turning into Arclight is really cool, and frankly, Arclight is not a bad weapon at all. It's like a freaking hyper Demon Bane weapon that's like best in slot for several bosses. Duke Succulus gets shred by the Arclight. It's, oh, mwah. You can fart in the wind and you can get hacked. Exactly. You know, I'm surprised there isn't more hacking, honestly. The Emberlight. Yeah, exactly. Is there an Emberlight? I thought it was Arclight. Does Arclight have a new upgrade? Oh, yeah, it does. Of course it does. It's the tier 77. It's the... You attach it to the Tormented Synapse. Yeah. Yeah, the Amberlight. Freaking massive. It only has like a plus 13 strength bonus. Oh, Nature Rune. But yeah, look at this thing. Look at this sucker. It's like, yeah, plus 13 strength because it doesn't want to be used in every other scenario because those are some massive accuracy bonuses. And the fact that it's like 70% increased accuracy and damage to demons. Like, Dodoy, obviously, big ol' amazing item. And the fact that it's so, like, specifically tailored for demons, really nice. Due to how max hits are calced, this would be comparable to a strength bonus of 66 without any gear, and up to 199 in max gear when fighting demons. Yeah, like it scales so insanely well with strength bonuses. You have full Torva and Amberlight just hits. Gorilla cheeks. Used in recommended equipment. Like, look at this thing. Krill, first, in every strategy. Cerberus, Demonic Gorillas, Abyssal Sire, Scotizo. Like, the Duke it's second. Like, it's best in slot for so many scenarios, and it's, like, still second best spec for Yama. Like, even the spec is good. Like, it's so good. Such a good weapon. Upgradable weapons, the flail you fight in the vampire is similar. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of upgradable weapons or of things that need to be used to make other things. Like, for example, if they ever do make an upgrade to melee armor, make it require all 3 different armor sets. Make it require full Torva, make it an item drop that allows you to merge all 3 item sets to just make, like, the hands down best tier 80 armor set. Period. That's the kind of I enjoy Upgradescape where the progression is based on having existing items, but like at the same time, if you do something like that, what that does is it also makes it so you can't split and make like improved specialty gear. So what I would do, for example, is what's the crush armor? Not Justy's. What's the stuff you get from the Nightmare? I forget what it is. What's it called? Inquisitor armor, of course. Inquisitor armor. Make a Raids 4 item that drops an upgrade to the Inquisitor set. Just make it better. Bring it up to speed with the other armors. Right? I might be farming Torments right now. No Synapse yet, only Claws, which literally just got nerfed. I mean, Claws are still good. The Claws are still good. Like, they're... Burning Claws are... Let's see. Let's see what it's used for. It is the #1 best weapon. Spec weapon, specifically. For Slayer training. King Black Dragon, Mithril Dragons, Demonic Gorillas, Abyssal Sire, Thermonuclear Smoke Devil, Giant Mole, Vorkath, Rune Dragon. It's #1 in, like, the wall of what it's good in is unreal. Look at this thing. It's like every single thing in your mother. It's a good spec weapon. So, you know, the reason it's nerfed is because it was overpowered. What they're doing is they're balancing it so that it's still the best, probably, but it's like a little less overwhelmingly the best. Upgraded Barrow set sounds like they'd be cool. Oh yeah. Now that's the thing, is they added the Amulet of the Damned. If you don't know what the Amulet of the Damned does, oh boy, do I have a do we have something to show you. Changes and improves Barrow's equipment. Also, we're at 21 health, and we haven't gotten a full inventory, so hopefully we're able to tank through this. But yeah, if you look right here, Darox, 25% chance of recoiling 15% of the damage taken. This stacks with the Vengeance spell and recoil effects. Why PvPers do not use the Amulet of the Damned when PvPing is beyond me. I don't know why people don't do that, because that's a huge chance of dealing tons of damage. Varix, +7 prayer point bonus. On top of the +3 that the Amulet gives. That becomes an extremely strong prayer set. Wearing full Varix, you can... Ooh. Torregs, defense level invisibly increased by 1% for every 1 health missing. Stacks with temporary boosts. Torregs armor becomes incredibly tanky. You want to be tanky? Wear full Torregs. I guarantee you, like, if you're having problems with Moons of Peril, Amulet of the Damned, full Torregs. Done. Walk through the rest of it. You're gonna get it done. Guthans. Heal up to 10 hit points above base health level. Like, mwah! Overheal. They're adding overheal to Guthans. Carols, 25% chance of hitting twice with 1 attack. Again, don't know why this isn't used in PvP. 1 in 4 chance of double hitting. Second hit deals half of the damage of the first. Okay, maybe that's why. But still, if you can hit a 30, that's like a 25% chance of hitting 45. Right? Also, yeah, we're going to go back right now. Ooh. Oh, see, that's why we wear armor doing agility, is because we can actually not get poisoned and save ourselves some strange fruit there. We're going to head back here just for a second to rebank, and then we'll go back to looking. Yeah, let's see. Arim's Autocast Ancients. Also 25% chance of combat spells dealing 30% more damage. Like, it's unreal how much the Amulet of the Damned does. Now, what you could do is make it so like that scales with an upgraded Barrows gear. Honestly, the Amulet of the Damned just needs to be reworked a little bit. Little tweaks. That's cool. Let's see. Let's grab 5 lobsters. We need to heal up. No, let's grab 6. I'm feeling 6 lobsters. Actually, let's eat them. And then see how we're feeling. Yeah, no, we're going to grab an extra one. Why not? Da-da-da-da. Yama Mage Strategies is the Amulet of the Damned is recommended for that. It's kind of interesting. Oh, let's see. Actually just got nerfed. They're too good for how easy they were to get. Yeah, exactly. True and Real, I'm just complaining because I got less GP for selling them on the Grand Exchange. That is fair. Might be a hot take, Vil, population me. I don't exactly like Upgradescape. Well, you don't have to like it, you just have to accept it, because it's here to stay. Now, like it when cool and story relevant items can be relevant throughout the story and grow with you. Yeah, that's interesting. It's not RuneScape, but in Skyward Sword, making the Master Sword felt so cool. Yeah. What the heck? Why is there a Chaos Talisman there? And a super defense. Someone must be. I see, Chelsea. You've been killing things without us. No. You're more than free to do that, of course. Oh, Lantodime. That's not a common one. Yeah. Let's see. I don't know how much Zelda you've played, Relix, but it feels really special to me then. Yeah. I haven't played Skyward Sword. It's one of the few Zelda games I haven't played. I've played a lot of them too. Like most games, honestly, in the Zelda franchise. Did I kill the one with the Harlander? No, that one was theirs. Like I've played even like the Phantom Hourglass. Like I played some lesser known ones too, right? Yeah, you want a weird one? Try Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass. That's a weird one. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I only have Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Twilight Princess. All 3 of those I enjoyed thoroughly. for different reasons. Love it. My favorite Zelda on the Switch. Like it a lot more than the Wild games. Wait, than the Wild... Oh, like the Breath of the Wild. Yeah, that's fair. I'm a fan of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, though. I like the open progression there. What I don't like is how things... Honestly, I think they could have done it better by having difficulty scale with completion amount. Like, if they had done that, if they made it so that, yeah, you could go anywhere you wanted to start, instead of being like, you should probably go over here because things are easier in that direction. Like, yeah, it's open, but it's still directed. And then, like, if you do all the hard stuff at the beginning with crappy gear, then you have great weapons to just plow through the easy stuff. So, like, it is open, but it's not open in the right way. Honestly, what I would have done if I had made things like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom is, once you got certain items, spoiler-free, ramp up the difficulty of certain enemies. Like, make it so that the green ones turn blue, the blue ones turn red, the red ones turn black, the black ones turn gold. Like, make them all different, like, increasingly difficult. Make it so, like, oh, it's Ganondorf actively fighting back against you, right? Like, oh, he's seeing you get stronger. The enemies need to be stronger too. They're also prepping for war. They're becoming stronger as well, right? That's just my thoughts on that, though. Current Zelda game I'm currently playing isn't a Zelda game, but it's Hyrule Warriors, and I love it. Well, yeah, Hyrule Warriors is it's the one that takes place in the past, right? I'm sure it gives tons of story that just doesn't exist. And yeah, that's one that I kind of want to play. If you like TP, then you'd really enjoy it. TP. Toilet paper? TP, what's TP? I'm just... Twilight Princess. Ah, yeah, okay, there we go. It took me a second. Watching playthroughs of the game, I haven't wanted to get it and I've wanted to get it for a while, yeah. Twilight Princess is kind of... It's like the dark, edgy brother of every other one. PKers really don't know how to deal with my staying in level 1 to 2 wildy. Yeah, exactly. What are they gonna do? Hop onto an alt account and teleblock your level 3 character? No, I don't think so. I liked Spirit Tracks more than Phantom Hourglass. I've never played Spirit Tracks. That's one I didn't end up picking up. But yeah, no, Phantom Hourglass was a little low on my priority list as well. It was fine for a time, but like the entire mechanic of, oh, there's this dungeon that is time-based and you can technically complete the game whenever you want if you're like super, super good, without doing a whole bunch of stuff, and it's only the amount of time in the final dungeon that you have before the walls close in and end your run, kind of a thing. Like, it was weird. I really didn't like that time mechanic. Played Link to the Past on an emulator on my phone. Couldn't get past the Ice Palace. How crappy the controls were. Well, they weren't made for... They were made to be difficult because difficulty added length to games. Back then, keep in mind, older games, difficulty were exclusively to make you put more quarters into the machine. Seriously, that's what it was. Video game rentals were popular. So what they do... Battletoads, perfect example of this. If you've ever played Battletoads, hard as balls game. You cannot beat it outside of an emulator unless you're like literally frame perfect precise inputs. You gotta be absolutely crazy to beat that game in a non... I still think hardest game ever made is Battletoads. Like, beats the piss out of Dark Souls. You want a hard game? Try Battletoads. It requires frame perfect inputs for large amounts of time. Like, I remember this one particular section in that game where you're like riding on a motorbike that's just all handlebars, and you're just going through this little vertical maze in Battletoads, and it's just like there's this lightning ball chasing you. And if the lightning ball touches you, that is a death, and you start from the beginning again. Like, and you have to do like 2 or 3 minutes of this massive chase. Yeah, what about the literally impossible Ninja Turtles game? I don't know if it's literally... Does the... What counts as hard? Literally impossible? I've never heard of a literally impossible Ninja Turtles game. You're going to have to tell me why it's literally impossible. Did it just not code to complete? Like, oh, hello, there. Yeah, the altar does not work. The altar... Oh, no. We're out of here as well. That person just disappeared, but we just got our black dagger. That's funny, Chelsea. Yeah, we're out of here, Chelsea. We got our black dagger. We're done. Let's see if we fall in the pit. Oh, we got past nicely. Okay, black dagger complete. That only took 308 kills. Oh my goodness. Oh, yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Bonk. There we go. Done and done. Biggest problem with the wild games, you get all your tools and almost all your progression right at the start. I like puzzles building in each other and opening up exploration more. Yeah, I mean, that's open versus closed world, right? Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition, not Age of Calamity 1 or whatever the new one's called. Fair enough. Wild games also had scaling on... Bad scaling. Yeah, exactly. It was easy in Master Mode, except when you had to do specific quests that remove your equipment. Yeah, yeah. I agree there. It wasn't made to be challenging. It was made to be a Zelda game. That's the thing. That's Majora's Mask. It's the edgy brother to me. No. Yeah, okay, no. If Majora's Mask is the edgy brother, then Twilight Princess is the edgy furry brother. Starts dark, ends really hopeful, and has the best Link who inspires and helps people. Yeah, no, the Twilight Princess Link is really good in that sense. Of just... Yeah. Because that Link is more of a just like, I'm a regular villager. I'm helping people. It was definitely more grounded in that way. Struggling with the Link to the Past because I had touchscreen instead of actual buttons that made stuff really difficult. I agree there. Yeah. When they ported it over, made a jump one of the sewer levels bigger, unknowingly made the jump impossible. Oh. Okay, well then that's... I mean, the game then ends at that place. Period. That's the end of the game, is that pit. If it's impossible to jump over, then that is the end of the game. In which case, then it's not... how easy is it to get to that pit? And that's the difficulty of the game. If it's literally impossible, like a task bot cannot get through it, then, yeah, good game. That's it. GG. I wouldn't say that's difficult. I think that's broken. If it's impossible to beat, then it's impossible to beat, period, right? Let's check our jangerberries while we're up here. Yeah. Getting some prayer, getting some jangerberries. Yeah, I'm happy we finally got that black dagger. Oh my goodness. Took a while. And it's just going to sit in our bank now, but, I mean, that's the life of non-improved drops that we just still need, kind of. Holy cow, that one jangerberry, there we go. Holy cow, that was feeding a village with that one berry. Got 12 this run, that's nice. Okay, so, current goals. Hello, Anonymous. Our current goals, well, we just did one of them, which was the Black Dagger. We finished off the Chaos Druid Warriors. Our other two goals today are the Moss Giant Magic Staff and the Greater Demon in Soul Demon Head. And if we still have more time, we'll do a little bit of Hunter and talk about the future of the streams and stuff like that. Yeah. I've arrived. I see Chaos Druid Warriors are now complete. What else is on the menu? Well, just answered that. We just finished those, so your timing was great. Let's get our orange sapling out. Let's see. Do we want different gear? Nope. We're pretty good with that gear. Let's just bring... Oh, we need an axe. Can't forget the axe, or we can't get in the dungeon. And since we're killing mossies and greater demons will chew through food. So let's start with those. Let's go with that. No, you know, yeah, let's go with that. That should be fine. My guess is just like my Zeldas. I like my Zeldas being more linear with a focused story. Well, I mean, what were your thoughts on? The thing is, there's also hybrid options like Ocarina of Time, right? That one allowed several branching paths that all reconverged at the end, right? You didn't have to go to the forest temple first. You could go to the water or the fire or the spirit or the shadow. Like, there were so many different temples you could go to, and you could go to them in any order. And none of those required the items of the other temples to go to, right? The bow was very helpful, but, like, I remember hating the wall shadows in the forest temple so much. They gave me nightmares as children. I thought these giant hands were going to come from the ceilings and abduct me. Like, scary childhood. All right, and that one's done. I'm happy that the tree actually grew that time. We've been having some bad luck with the orange trees. There we go. Deposit all. And you know what? We're going to drop the plant pot. We don't need the plant pot right now. Why is there an extra? You know what? Nom 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 nom. Ate that orange. Done. Let's see. Yeah, I'm excited for the Ocarina of Time update. Yeah, definitely. I can see why you're excited. It's going to be interesting seeing that. Feel pretty decent balance between open and closed world. Yeah, there's a reason why it's one of the classic best games ever made. It was very, very well made. Oh, Ocarina of Time, yeah. OW Hunter. Do you know what the big Chinchompa in RS3? Is that an amazing hunter training? That's an amazing hunter training IMO. Yeah, the giant Chinchompa is kind of interesting. I never really did too much of it, but I do agree it is a decent enough hunter method. May your magic staff RNG be blessed. Yeah, we need the magic staff, and we also need a greater demon, ensouled demon head, which is shocking. We haven't gotten one of those yet. Shocking. Absolutely shocked and appalled. Scurvy. We're taking a dunk. Stepping stone being bad. Oh, Ahumaya, hello gamer, finally home. Yeah, welcome back, or welcome, I should say, Ahumaya. Appreciate you being here. Welcome. Yeah, actually, you did have to do the forest temple first. The bows required in a couple puzzles in fire, water, and spirit, I believe. I think the spirit, yes. Fire and water, no. I definitely used the hook shot and the long shot in order to bypass a lot of those puzzles, because you could do it with the bow or the hook shot, long shot. I remember deliberately skipping the forest temple, specifically because I hated. I always do the fire temple first. I always do the fire temple, get the Megaton hammer, water temple, get the long shot upgrade, and then I'd go back to the forest temple because I just hated it so much. And then, of course, the shadow temple, hated that as well, so I'd do the spirit temple before the shadow temple, because screw that well. Oh my goodness, that well was nightmare fuel. Like, even the shadow temple itself was better. And of course, it wasn't until I realized as a child that I could just use the Din's Fire ability whenever it came and just completely ignore the mechanics at all. And it made me a lot less scared of that as a kid. As soon as I learned that you could just like, oh, it's coming, Din's Fire, and then you just see the hand, you know, drop down, burn. Like, it was a really good, really fun way of countering that. And yeah. Scurvy prevented for another day. Wait, why is scurvy prevented? What did I just do that prevented scurvy? Open world's fine with slow build up and unlocking the whole world. Yeah, thing is, open world needs to be needs to scale properly, and that's a really hard thing to do as a dev. Because you get it incorrectly, next thing you know, you have a 600 raid of Tombs of a Masket. Oh, I ate an orange. Okay, that explains it. Got mixed feelings about remakes. They're absolutely playing to general public's nostalgia to milk the cash cows and franchise instead of creating new IPs. Silver, we're playing old school. there's nothing but nostalgia in this game. They're adding new things to spice it up to keep people entertained, but like the core mechanics of old school are going to be, I remember that game, let me try it again. You think Puzzle Pirates has survived for this long because it was high graphics? No, it's because it's nostalgic. You think Maple Story has survived this long? Yeah. I'm talking about Zelda and the... Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm talking about all of them, right? I'm talking about Zelda and the Ocarina of Time remake. Yeah, I'm talking about all remakes as well, right? Zelda and Ocarina of Time, total cash grab. Is it going to be good? Yeah, sure. It's just like, what's it called? The 10 remakes of that one other game that people play a lot. Last of Us, or whatever it is. Like, that's been remade how many times? Remakes are cash grabs. Old school turn into RS3, that was normal. Old school coming out, cash grab. High demand, cash grab, right? That's exactly what old school is. I wouldn't consider old school at this... Yeah, no, I do agree, Silver. It's not a remake at this point, but it is releasing the old stuff just for cash. Like, they thought, oh, we can maybe scoop up a few hundred or a few thousand extra bucks if we re-release a couple servers on the old school stuff because people want it. And here we have something for 2007. Yeah, we'll use that. Toss it in there, right? That's what happened. That's how it started. And they had a very, very small dev team to start, right? It wasn't until the popularity started growing, people started wanting updates, did things change, and it became less of a cash grab and more of its own thing, right? We're going to do a funny montage set to Sonic music when we do an agility grind. No, we aren't, Geo, because Sonic is copyrighted. Otherwise, 100% we probably would have. One thing about OOT is the optional dungeons barely help. Yeah. Well, their optional dungeons were very far and few between. Like, what's an optional dungeon for Ocarina of Time? Right? Are we talking like the little holes that have like one or two little things in it? I don't think there's an optional dungeon, because let me know what kind of optional dungeon you're thinking of. You have oranges in your inventory. Scurvy was countered. Yeah. I'm just trying to catch up with chat again, guys. Sorry. Consider basically second Ocarina of Time remake, because, yeah, there's the HD version as well. Resident Evil gets a remake every 6 months. Correct. Hello, Master Chef. This is an elite. This is a grunt. Grunts are subservient to the elites. Master Chief, not Master Chef. I get what you were going for. Oh, Maya. Depends on how much they update it, though. New art style for the Ocarina of Time remake is so different to the original. It's clear effort being put in. Yeah, I haven't really looked too much into the remake, because I'm probably not going to get the remake because there's no reason for it. I'm kind of busy. Very wrong. There are people that have been asking for the Ocarina of Time remake for years. Yeah, just like the old school remake, aka the old school Runescape to come out. Right? It's the Gerudo Training Ground is the only fully optional dungeon. That is very fair. And Buxy with the 5 gifted. Thank you very much, Buxy. Appreciate it. That's nice. Gerudo training in the Ice Cavern. Ice Cavern was definitely required. That's how you got the Sinky boots for the to get into the Water Temple. Yeah, Ice Cavern was completely non-optional. You had to do that. The Gerudo Training Ground, yes, 100% Kyler. That was an optional one. Feels more the case of the loud minority than anything else. Yeah. Okay, I've never actually played Ocarina of Time, so I'm just off what I remember from watching speedrunners talk about it. Yeah, that's fair. Let's see who got the gifted memberships from Buxy. Kyler. Very nice. Zane Kanawaz. Patchy Zai. Half-Jaked. Mini-Link. Very nice. Still not allowing gifts. Yeah, well, you gotta toggle that on if you want it, Ice. Otherwise, you're not gonna get them. It is funny, haha, that you did set that, but I mean, you're living with the non-gifts. That's kind of, oh well. Yeah, we don't have too many people in here to give gifts. There's so many people here that are channel members already. It's kind of funny. Oh. So, we are going for a 1 in 40 drop here. We are 127 kills in. That's how many greater demons we have killed. I missed it because I didn't know I had to allow gift memberships. Yeah, Geo, it's in one of the settings. You gotta toggle it before it works. A lot of people do gift memberships here, shockingly. So there will be another time if you're active and participating. There'll be a chance, Geo, that you can get them. I missed it because I didn't. Yeah, ice arrows do actually have a use in Ocarina 2. It freezes the spikes that slide on the floor, gets you access. So late Spirit Temple is essentially the only dungeon it can be used in. Thing is you can also do that. You can get into that area super early. Because you need the mirror boots to do the Spirit Temple, but to get to that optional dungeon, you do not need mirror boots. There are ways of getting over there. The bridge is down, so I think you need the long shot. But you can go right to... You can literally go from, like, Temple of Time, Ice Cave, Water Temple, long shot, Gerudo, and then have those ice arrows for the Forest Temple, Fire Temple, Shadow, and Spirit Temple. So there's definitely some uses for, you can kind of break the game out a little bit. There are ways. It definitely is more difficult to complete those areas. Shockingly, the Ice Cavern is very important to that. Get past the Gerudo Pass as soon as you get the hook shot. You can jump over the down bridge with Epona. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Oh, I guess Epona, the Lon Lon Ranch, would be considered an optional dungeon as well. Because you don't need Epona to complete the game, right? It's just nice. That's true. That'd be something for a second playthrough, because a casual first playthrough wouldn't get it till Spirit. Exactly. I'm getting, like, yeah, ice arrows are cool. Plus, like, I remember playing an account there and, like, basically getting locked out because I don't think there are enough keys to unlock every door. And if there are, then that's cool, but I think I got into this one scenario where I just, like, I went through the entire area, could not find the last key to get the chest, to get the ice arrows. So, I don't know. But then again, I was a child back then. I could have just been a dummy. Could have been a dummy. Speaking of arc light from a while ago, be very useful now, lol. Yeah, I mean, even... I think dark light is actually an improvement over this. That's actually interesting. Hold on. Let's just see. Dark light. Passive effect. Fairly weak weapon. Marginally better than a steel longsword, but used against demonic monsters. Dark light has a 60% increase to accuracy and damage. It also counts as silver weaponry and can be used against tier 2 vampires. Yeah, it's strong enough that it probably... I don't know what would be better, honestly. Dark light or a rune scimitar against... I think probably dark light would be better against these demons than a rune scimi. Just because of the 60% accuracy and damage. Because if I can hit a 10 or a 12 with punching, and I can hit a 17 with a simi, then we're going to be hitting probably the same max hit with the dark light, but then with a plus 60% accuracy bonus, we're just going to be hitting so much more. So much more. Yeah, I'd say dark light is probably better than the rune scimitar in this case. Yeah, no, whether I think the dark light is definitely an upgraded silver light though. Silver light might be similar to a rune simi, honestly. Mm. Huh. I'm just reading up on it real quick. Yeah, I'm not finding any comparisons. Oh yeah, you gotta have the desert to get dark light, and you also have to do the demon slayer quest to get silver light. We're just looking into the weapon. Like that's not a big deal. We can look up things on the side. This is not illegal. We're allowed to look up weapons and see what it would be like if we had a comparatively better weapon. Get that. Let's see. You can actually grab the key items from the dungeons without beating them and leave to use them elsewhere. Possible to lose in the Gerudo training ground. Yeah, I thought so. We gotta have the desert to get the dark light. Yeah, you likely just missed something, honestly. There's no dungeons in Ocarina of Time that you can soft lock yourself like that. Well, you'd think so, but I very strongly have a strong memory of being in that dungeon for hours. Every single room having a single key and not having an additional key. Like, I was pretty certain that I was locked. Yeah. I created a second account and played and then beat it almost immediately. There was definitely something weird that happened. Concept of dark light existing on its very own is very funny to me. Painting the sacred sword black to make it look evil, then making it better is silly but cool. Well, see, the thing is it being painted black didn't change it to the dark light. That just changed it to the silver light dyed. It wasn't until Ogrethnar's blood was infused with the silver light when you killed it did it become the dark light. It became infused with demonic energy. That is where the change occurs. So yeah, it's funny that you painted the sword black before that happens. And then that's the thing though, is you can then use that to make the arc light and then the ember light, right? Which are definitely light again. So it's just infused with the demon's power to make it a little bit better, right? Question, is there a way to make soda ash without cooking on a range? Yes, there is, Buxy. You need to use the blah, 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 blah. There's a specific spell in the Lunar Spellbook. I don't know if you have access to those. But there's a lunar spell known as... where are you? Super Glass Make. Turns all buckets of sand and soda ash, seaweed, or swampweed into molten glass instantly without the need of a furnace. So if you need soda ash specifically, then no, unfortunately. However, if you just need molten glass, mwah, oh, it's so good. Super Glass Make is such a good spell. Evil Dave is genuinely my favorite NPC in all of RuneScape. Lamau the man lives in his mom's basement. Don't we all? No, I'm kidding. I'm in an RV. You killed the demon and got the blood on the blade. Exactly. Anyone knows someone who... Oh, Silver Scout, who somehow gets invited to dinner with all the royalty in RuneScape. Yeah, Evil Dave's kind of... Yeah, it's weird. We're talking about Recipe for Disaster, right? What do people think this is? Lore-bound? Yeah, why would I know that information? I'm not lore-bound. Oh, awesome. Didn't know it worked on seaweed. Thank you. I'm on the Isle right now. Yeah. Yeah, it works directly on seaweed. Giant seaweed is, like, you can even use the giant seaweed, and it creates tons of molten glass. Like, I'm pretty sure you do, I think it was, 5 giant seaweed, and then the rest filled with buckets of sand, and it converts, all of it and then some. You have stuff on the ground afterwards. We are out of prayer and getting low on food and basically a full inventory, so Gonna kill a moss giant or two on the way out, and then we're gonna bank real quick and go for run number 2, because yep, there's no demon head in here yet. 140 kills in. Do they even drop demon heads? Who knows? Always wondered why the heck he was at the table of RFD. Yeah, it is a little strange. I think they do mention it in Quest, though, why he was invited. It was something silly, but there's some big bones I can bury, and a sapphire. Never say no to a sapphire. All right, let's head back to the fishing trawler. Woo woo! Yeah, the amount of soda ash giant seaweed makes is insane. I didn't realize how good it was until the first time I cooked it and had like 3 inventories of soda ash on the ground afterwards. Yeah, well, that same amount of soda ash, that's how much that spell makes. You're gonna have molten glass on the ground. Like, you're gonna be... Oh, need the axe, need the money. Whoops. Need axe, need money. Need tons of food. You know what? Let's not use that food. Let's use a couple jugs of wine. We'll heal our we'll get those attack levels by the time we're back in action. Eat a couple lobsters. Full set of lobsters. I don't really need prayer right now. Prayer is okay, but it's not necessary. Alright, I said I was leaving when you finished Chaos Druids. You finished that a while ago, so I'm leaving. Peace. Oh no, Game Freak. You're still here? Well, thanks for letting me know. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. See you around. Soda Ash grew up to be... What? Grew up to be Albert Einstein. Okay. Do you think it would be worth it to pay the 1 mil permanent access to Brimhaven at any point? How much more do you have left to unlock with mirror mode? So is that for yourself, like paying the mil? Because I have already unlocked it. I've already paid the 1 million to get in. Because we're going to be going in and out of this for a while, and we don't have access to the other entrance, so we couldn't do it with trading sticks. Okay? So, yeah, we have permanent unlocked access to this area. That was a chunk task. It was a very easy chunk task since we had millions of gold just sitting in our bank, right? Is it worth it for you to do it? Probably, eventually, yeah. Because keep in mind, it's not a small amount. Yeah, I didn't realize you had permanent access already. Thought that's why you're bringing all the cash every time. No, we're bringing the cash every time because we have to pay to get over here on a boat. It's 400 coins every single time we sail to Brimhaven. So I need the money to actually get over here. And then once we're over here, then we're fine. Yeah. Gonna lurk for a bit now. Feel like playing my Torg weapon and only Borderlands 3 character. Ha! Good luck on the drops. Good luck on your Borderlands 3 playthrough. That's interesting. What replica RS weapons would you buy if they made toys or display pieces of them? Are you doing an ad, Geo? No. I mean, a whip, the Abyssal Whip would be interesting, but it would be functionally really difficult to make a replica or a toy of. Plus, it would break super easily. Dragon Scimitar is quite a classic. I think that would be interesting. It also depends on whether it's like, haha, little toy, little statue, little figurine thing, or whether it's like full-sized, this is what it is, right? Like, for example, having a, you know, a full-sized, what's it called? Full-sized Makoahedals would be interesting. Get some actual boppers. Those would be kind of neat. Glacial Tomatles. Get a full set of, like, Barrow Skier. Tumican Shadow would be an interesting one if it was a full-size thing. Funny you'd mention that because I'm making an Abyssal Whip out of coat wire hanger and toilet paper rolls. Yeah, as I said, it would be very complicated to make one functionally. 100% fully functional dual Mako boppers. Yeah, boppers would be fun, honestly. Just because it's like two big spiky punchy sticks. Yeah. Punchy sticks. I'd lost my mind as a kid for a life-sized Bondos God Sword. Yeah, make them life-size. Those will do well. If they're just like, yeah, nerf weapon levels, like use it for play sword fights and stuff. Oh, see, they're so like lightsaber style kind of weapons where it's like, yeah, it glows or something. Or I mean, the God Swords would be interesting. You know what? A replica Armadillo crossbow would be kind of neat. Or a rune crossbow, even. Everyone wants a life-size sword until it costs $400. Oh, I mean, everyone wants a... That's the thing, is you can have a life-size sword. You can get them at auctions. It's what the sword is that makes the difference. I have this, it's a decorative rapier that I used to own. Had like it had a blade about, probably about this long, but it wasn't quite a rapier. I'm not sure exactly what kind of a weapon it was. It had a one-sided blade. The blade was about that thick, like in terms of like from spine to the sharp edge, but it was like, it was made to be decorative, right? It was not sharp. Foam Dragon Sim would be hilarious. Yeah, exactly. Everyone wants a life-size dual Makohedal until they realize the kind of weapon they're based on. Yeah, get a foam flail. Yeah, you could have so many cool items. Blood Moon Maracas, exactly. I like big weapon. Darok's Great Axe. Yeah, Darok's would be kind of an interesting weapon for a full set. But we're talking like. We are talking nerf scale weapons. IRL Makohedal, those are really cool weapons. Yeah. Makohedal. Yeah, they're made from the Aztec Mesoamerican cultures. They're just like razor sharp obsidian glass blades and stuff. Hold on. These suckers. Oh my gosh. Like, those are dangerous. Dual Makohedals, yeah. I mean, we look here. Those are supposed to be, what, obsidian blades on big old paddles, right? And there's clearly a guard. But yeah, like if you made Makohedals IRL, like first of all, your government would probably be after you because that is a weapon. Like if you made something really like those things, like keep in mind, like if your hand had the handle, they'd probably be about this long. They'd probably be about 1.5 feet, 2 feet long. And then the fact that they'd be ridged with obsidian glass, those things would be brutal. Oh my gosh, that would not be a... Yeah. Put that on the list for Geneva here. The Geneva suggestion list, of course. Good night paddles. Oh no. The Crimson Kirsten, however, it would be spelled. Yeah, the Kirsten, like just that big spiky ball flail thing would be really cool, honestly. The realist good night paddles, Canadian approved. Yeah, it's like all of those the really human inventions. This is really human. It's like, you know, do you need to sleep and can't wake up? Well, try this. And it's like a spring-loaded bed that just launches you into your wall. Relix is tried under the Geneva Convention. Sounds like an Always Sunny plot. Possibly. Hopefully I'm not ever tried under a Geneva Convention. Suggestion. Scoreboard. Guide. Slightly slowly push over. It's very human. Would join the military for would have to join the military for that. Oh no, you don't need to join the military for that. Guerrilla warfare is definitely a thing. Okay, where in the heck is that ensouled head? Yeah, no kidding. We're at 147 kills, no head. Don't take that out of context. There's a reason there used to be they were used a lot by the Aztecs. Yeah, you compare one of these suckers to like a modern sword, what's easier to use, a sword or a big ol' razor blade? Big ol' razor blade on a stick. Probably the razor blade on a stick. You can bring that straight down, and I mean, any way you're whacking it, it's gonna hurt. So no head vine moment. Yeah, exactly. And a gold bar. We got a gold. That's our third gold bar. No head. And seriously, here's the proof. Boop. There we are. 148 kills. I'm not seeing no head. No head in sight. Can't get lucky. No head for me. So, you're finally awake. Take that out of contest, you say? The officer says you're getting charged. Oh no. I think old school weapons designed for LARP and combat, not exactly nerf. A bit better than that, but still meant to take hits and stuff over and over for play fights. Yeah. Well, yeah. LARP swords and stuff. I guess they are forged. They're made like with heavy foam plastics and stuff like that, with like a wire mesh inside so that they don't fall apart. Something like that. If it was that kind of a style of thing where it could actually be... Not, I'd say take it up a notch. Make them wood. Make them a little more durable. Make them so like they wouldn't be used in LARPing, but make them like look as replica as possible. Like if they were wooden weapons and stuff like that, like I don't know. I still think a Tumican Shadow would go really hard. Now, if it was LARPing weapons, yeah, Armadillo crossbow or the Zerite crossbow or even a rune crossbow would be kind of neat. Because first of all, there are like LARPing darts and stuff like that, and you can set the tensile strength to those things, so that would be cool to LARP with. Yeah. Ooh, a steel axe, just what I always never needed. Can't believe these things. It takes so long. It takes so long. I mean... You wake up in a room. Only military can commit Geneva Suggestion war crimes. Civies are free. You can just do those. Sure, Fat Platypus. I'll keep that in mind. I'll just make sure that... Yeah, and then next thing you know, the military is using civilians because those rules don't apply. Officers is getting charged. Okay, your Canadian war crimes trial gulps. Your Canadian relics. Do something that needs to be added to the... Yeah, I already have a list, Kyler. They're in the pre-Geneva Convention list. I have them right here on my hand. Can't you see them? Can't you see them? Oh, is it too white? Yeah, it's invisible ink, obviously. You know what's funny is that's... I've joked around like that before, and it has caused bite back before. Oh, it's story time, okay? Story time of a time that I was... sarcastic and obviously faking, but that somehow got it back to someone else, and I lost a job because of that. Okay, story time. I used to work in a deli department at a very particular store, and that deli department was it was okay, but the pay was crap, and so I wanted to get out of it. So, of course, I was also looking for other work at other places, right? Get a job interview at this one place, cell phone place, do sales, stuff like that. Thought, oh, yeah, I can make some more money that way, right? So I get there, get to the inventory. They do the sell me this pen thing. And so what I did is I sold them the pen. But what I told them is I told them that this pen was a very special pen. This pen allowed you to change the prices of all the hams that were in the store that I worked in. And that every time you used this pen, you could get a free ham. Well, turns out, guess what? That little joking, haha, interview chuckle thing was overheard by someone. because of course this was a public location that this interview was taking place in, and that public location got reported to my boss, and I was pulled aside, and that boss then grilled me for an hour about this strange pen technology that could change the prices of hams. And it wasn't until I just basically said, listen, I haven't been stealing your hams, but this is ridiculous, and like, I'm not gonna take this crap anymore, that I walked out of that job. Because, like, some people are just, they're dumb. They're dumb. You think you can create a pen that can change the prices of hams in your deli department? What the hell? Yeah, it was threatening me with lawsuits and stuff like that, and I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? Get the hell out. No, I'll get the hell out. Bye. Peace. Yeah, they didn't deserve you. Well, I mean, yeah, it was weird. And of course, that got reported back to the TELUS guy, or the phone guy. It was like a TELUS booth in a mall, and so I didn't get the job there either because I had this negative. The boss basically sabotaged the following job because it's like, this guy quit on me because of blah blah blah. Yeah, wrecked. He just dragged me through the mud. And I guess it got cycled out to all of the other cell guys around town because I did not get, like, yeah, it was rough. It was a weird scenario. That's why saying something like, oh yeah, I have the Geneva suggestion list written in invisible ink on my hand here, is a little bit concerning, because the last time I joked around, someone took that very seriously, and the last thing I want to do is have cops grilling me over an invisible Geneva suggestion list that is on my hand, written in invisible ink, right? Because you don't know the government right now. They're in a weird state where everything is up for... It's weird. Things are weird. Yeah. Gotta look at the guy and tell him gullible's written on the ceiling. Yeah, no kidding, right? Living through a little of your previous smithing grind. Insane that 100 mithril bars doesn't get you from 50 to 51. Oh, yeah, no. As I said, the mining and smithing rework really needs to happen. Mining less so, more smithing. Like, if you can, like, scale the XP up per bar... Make the bars take longer. Make you have to go back and forth from heating and cooling and bashing. Like, do something to make it a little more interactive like it is in RS3. And suddenly, XP rates don't change, but the raw just crap and material that you need to actually get your smithing drops significantly, which just makes it overall a way better skill. Like, there's no reason it should take, 40,000 bars of something to hit... mithril plate bodies. Like, that's ridiculous that actually is a requirement. Like, it's silly. It's silly. Yeah. Oh well, that's life. Silly, but life. Oh, I am shrimping a little bit. Surprised no one caught that. Blue Rose would be upset. Oh, I don't know who Blue Rose is, so I would imagine so. Funny you should say that. I'm only level 90 smithing grind in RS3 right now. Yeah, the thing is, a 90 smithing grind in RS3 is way different. Now, if it's a chunk-locked grind in RS3, then yeah, you're shrimp. Yeah. Blue Rose was the original queen of shrimp. Oh, okay, yeah, I know that story then. That was the mom who wanted to impress their kids by having the highest in a particular skill, and then created like a giant following because they were the only person who could create some of the best gear in the game. So people would hire her to make weapons and stuff that other people didn't have access to. It was actually a really interesting story. I just didn't know the name. Silver, thank you for jogging my brain there. I cannot believe we are another several kills in and nothing. You know what? We're gonna bury some of these, or toss some of these vile ashes. Maybe the ashes are the things that are keeping us from actually getting stuff. Who knows? Gotta go grab my wife from work. Almost forgot by. All right, Fat Platypus. Thanks for coming in. Good luck with the wife. Hope she isn't too angry. All right. Speaking of, we have not actually seen the official chunk picker in a little while. While we're killing some demons, let's take a peek. There we are. If we look, we have 51 out of 63. Oh, hold on. There we go. Now we're over on this side. We have 51 out of 63 tasks complete. Right? Oh, actually even more, because we killed the Chaos Druid Warriors. There we go. So that gives us our rooftop course, spirit tree, ivy berries, agility course, palm tree in Brimhaven, mark of grace, ensouled demon head, which we are actively working on. Then the magic staff. Then we gotta kill skeletons, Solaran, get a sinister key from Solaran. And that's it. Super simple, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Except for, of course, the 89 plus 1 agility. You know, whatever. Oh, single tear rolls down face. Definitely gonna do the hunter route. So, this 89 plus 1 agility can turn into an 85 plus 5 agility if we can get access to a summer pie, which is available via Dragon Implings at a 1 in 19. If we go the Dragon Impling route, there is a small fletching potential. We could have to fletch up a bit. That might be a good agility montage if it is. Well, that's the thing, is how long of an agility montage do you want? A 12-hour agility montage at times 40 speed? Because, like, that's what it would be. It's ridiculous. Like, the amount of agility, it's hundreds, if not thousands of hours. I haven't calculated it because I don't want to. Because, frankly, as soon as I calculate it, I'm going to get super sad. So I'm just not going to do it. It's a long grind. It's a very long grind. That's why I was really hoping for Brimhaven proper, not Brimhaven dungeon. But, beggars can't be choosers. 100 Solar on the Twisted should be fun. Yeah, it should be, especially since we need to kill it using Mind Rune spells. Strikes. Hopefully we have enough Mind Runes. Otherwise we're actually going to have to farm... more... whatchamacallits. We're going to have to farm more... what are they called? Ogre Shamans for Mind Runes. I think they are our best method of Mind Runes, which is crazy. 14 minutes late, but the sword you described sounds like a type of small sword. It's a weird category of fencing blade. I mean, it wasn't too long. Or it wasn't too short. It had a blade that was, as I said, the blade itself was probably 2.5 or 3 feet. Plus the handle, which had a little loop on it. Yeah, the sword itself was kind of interesting. Yeah, the 100 Solarans is going to be really interesting, mainly because he can only be killed by strike spells. It's going to be interesting because, like, I don't know. Like, we have access to Chaos Runes. You wouldn't think you gotta... Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird one. Can't say no to death runes. Heck yeah. I meant something for the video when you have to show the agility grind off. Lol, my previous comment in the new William Tell overture. Fair. Normal Chaos Druids are probably better Mind Runes an hour. Maybe. Well, let's do a bit of a comparison. Mind Talisman. Mind Rune. Why do I have the Mind Talisman as my way into the wiki? Because Mind Talisman D's nuts. Sword perchance a cavalry saber. I'd have to find out. Hold on, we're swooping over here again. Mind rune, drop rates. So we have the Chaos Druid, which drops. That's Elder. There we go. 12 at a time, 1 in 64. Okay, that's okay. Look at the Ogre Shamans, though. That is 10 to 20 at a time at 1 in 23. The question is, how many Shamans can I kill per? Because, like... Chaos Druid, 12 at a time, 1 in 64. Ogre Shamans, average, 15 at a time, 1 in 23. Right? So, it's going to be kind of interesting to see. Honestly, it might be worth doing the... doing just tons of the Chaos Druids, mainly because the herbs will be very helpful. But then again, the Shaman drops... Yeah, Chaos Druids are made of tissue paper, exactly. And I'm getting a call that needs to be ignored. Sorry, buddy. I don't know who you are. Yeah. Anyways, back to this. We'd have to see the speed per hour. Because if it's similar, like if it's anywhere close, if Chaos Druids are anywhere close for the Mind Runes, it would definitely probably be worth doing the Chaos Druids. Just because of the amount of herb drops that would be, that we'd be able to siphon in. Really, a Lantodime from a Moss Giant. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Gotta dip early, call on it. You're gonna get the Insult Demon Head in the next 40 demons, I believe. See you next time. Well, thank you, Silver. I'm sorry I couldn't answer that a little sooner. Sorry. Kyler, Dragon Implings is also an optional magic grind if you're wanting an Amulet of Glory for the Dragonstone Amulet. It's not a grind at all, actually. We have 65 magic and Wizard Mind Bombs. There is no grind there at all. It's actually free. Completely free. We just Mind Bomb and then make it. Which is good. It's good. Yeah. Relix, the sword. Yeah, Cavalry Saber. I don't know. I think Jagex should introduce a new goblin enemy that drops mind runes, so there's just streamers having to make that joke over and over. Oh, it's the mind goblin. Yeah, exactly. Oh, whiteberry seeds. We're almost full inventory, and then we can go back. I should probably just bury some vile ashes as well until my health is like low, and then we can make the absolute most out of every trip. Now, this is pretty absolutely the most of every trip. We are at 19 health. This will be fine. Oh. Yeah, if only we were, if only we had access to things like Brutus. Oh my goodness. Brutus drops some. Aww. Black square shield and the potential for a beginner clue. Aw, darn. Rats. Fiddlesticks. Hum-diddly-dum-dum. Oh, we could have had a beginner clue scroll? How helpful would that have been? Oh, no. Yeah. It was mostly a flat, straight blade with only one live edge and a point and its small sword. I put the quotes on purpose. Some small sword blades could be up to 38 inches long. Yeah, that seems about accurate then. It could be a cavalry saber. Oh, there's a mithril sword. Too bad we didn't have that during our freaking first smithing grind. That would have saved us a little bit of time. Oh, let me just look it up real quick. What a cavalry saber. Images. Yeah, no, it was definitely a cavalry saber. Yeah, that's hands down. Even the replica, like it's immediately there. Actually, hold on. There's literally a photo. That's like splitting image of, hold on, it's this right here. The French Napoleonic 1801 cuirassier sword. The only difference is like it had like almost the same exact hilt and pommel, and the sword thing is that's kind of two-sided. It looked like this, but it was one-sided, and the tip kind of came up and ended in a point, and then it was flat on the back. But it's like the same exact hilt and pommel, and probably same size. It's very similar to that. That is what I have. Yeah, the Chaos Druids being made of tissue paper is a very good point to bring in, because it would be nice to just shred through some enemies. That would be nice. Okay, and we are, you know what, let's do it like normal. Drink a couple jugs of wine, get sloshed before we make our ferry trip over to Karamja again. Eat some lobster and wine. Yeah, here we go. There we go. Full inventory of lobbies and wine. And off we go. What can I say? I know my swords. Very fair. Very fair ice. That's concerning. Moderately. But it's good we were able to point that out. That's cool. What can I say? I know my swords. That's funny. Okay, now to get past this danger tree. Here we go. Ooh. Stinking tree. Yeah, if I were to be here and then click over here, I'd just death area. Lobby and wine, amazing food for humans, not so much for RuneScape. What? Nah. Lobbies and wine are great for RS and for... No. Once had to create a weapon for D&D for a player. I'm not joking. I spent 6 hours looking at swords. Yeah. Fair enough. That is a good excuse to know your swords. Yeah, I really want to get the greater demons done first, because the moss giants are just so much easier. We can bring less supplies. We can likely just kind of feed off of the end of the greater demon drop once we get it. We're 166 kills in, by the way. We are 4 times dry for the ensouled head, which is crazy. Actually makes me want to double check the wiki and make sure it does drop the ensouled head. Yeah, there it is, right there. 1 in 40. Should be there. There's no asterisk or anything like that. It's not like you have to get a Konar task to get the drop. It should be. It's available at all times and in all places. You should just be able to get the head drop. Going underrate on the next one. No, we're already 150 kills in on the Moss Giants. We're over on both. I want to own a few of those swords back home. It's not that easy to get a real one, even though it's not sharpened. Well, the thing is, you can sharpen it yourself. Getting the replica swords are interesting, but getting like an actual functional sword, that's the tricky part. Yeah, darn it. Yeah, darn. Oh well. That's just kind of life. That's what happens. Another sapphire. Okay, we'll take them as we get them. From a legal POV. Yeah, legally speaking, they're hard to get. Illegally speaking, also still hard to get, because who wants a sword? I mean, people want swords, but like, it's hard to get a fully functional sword because, like, first of all, either they're really old, or you gotta find a blacksmith that knows how to make a sword. Which is entirely different. I mean, in the States, it's probably a lot easier. You have, like, shows like Forged in Fire, and all of those competitors make swords, and all of them have websites, so I'm sure you could just buy a sword off of one of them. And as long as it's not going past international borders, I mean, you can have guns there. Why can't you have a long pointy stick, right? I'm sure that's permitted under the law to have us, like... Actually, I'm not so sure, because... No, that's Britain and Canada that's having the... Yep. Oh, sorry, getting more into politics again. We're reeling back in. Get back to Runescape. Get back to killing this angry yellow-eyed greater demon. Swords are very legal in the US, just can't bring them certain places. Yeah, like public. Swords aren't really regulated in the US, fair enough. In the States, you can own machines. You can own tanks in the States. It just depends on which state you're in. I can't believe we're not getting anything. This is crazy. I mean, there are fencing and dueling tournaments that use metal swords. Probably not as sharp, but they exist. So there's some market. Well, that's more fencing, and yeah, they're like little foamy points, and you have very protective gear on, so you can't stab through the super mesh armor or whatever it is that they have there. Like, it's very specifically made to prevent injury. Hmm. 1 in 40. Who knew we would get stuck on a 1 in 40? There were other things. Actually, a lot of those other things we haven't got. We've gotten 3 adamant plate legs. Those are 1 in 128. Okay, so triple the rate. We've gotten 3 of them. Gotten a mithril kite shield, also 1 in 128. We haven't gotten a rune full helm. I mean, we're wearing them because we got it from another source, but those also drop in 1 in 128. We haven't gotten that one either. So we're actually kind of dry on multiple things at this point. And the steel two-handed swords, like, those are 1 in 32. We have 8 of them. We have 8 of them. Now here's the fun part, though. Is the Ensouled Demon Heads are tertiary drops, which means they just drop on the side while you're doing things. So, like, the drop rates of other things don't affect them. It's just a flat 1 in 40. So being 1 in 172, while also, like, so dry on the Ensouled Demon Heads is ridiculous. We have so much sword, I mean drop. Yeah, we got so much both. Oh, that is my power. Hold on. Let me just check my power system. 27 watts. We're doing great. Okay. Can't imagine someone being dry on drops. Yeah, no kidding. I can't imagine being dry on tertiary drops. That's the weird part. Because we could have gotten coins, vile ashes, and an Ensouled Head from that drop. And it's like, it's literally going to be a triple drop. The first triple drop is going to have the Demon Head, because otherwise it's a hard clue scroll. Which, oh, these guys do drop hard clue scrolls. And then, like, looting bag, brimstone keys, obviously they don't apply here. Yep. Watch us get another nature talisman. That would be hilarious. Oh my goodness, that would be funny. Oh. Or no, it would be a chaos talisman because it's underground. Yeah, we could get a chaos talisman from these guys, which would be funny. If we got an, let's see. Because they do have a gem drop table. The 3 sapphires that we've gotten, keep in mind, 2 of them from us are 1 in 102s. So those 2 sapphires are 1 in 102 from the gem drop table. Kind of interesting. We've rolled the gem drop table twice. Those could have been loop half keys. Those could have been another rune javelin. That's about it. Dragon Spear, Shield Left Half, and Rune Spear are all locked behind the Legends quest. So that's unfortunate, but life. Most I've been on the drop was Borderlands 2. Had to save and quit every kill. Oh yeah, no, there are some grinds like that that are. I've played Borderlands 2. That was an interesting grind for some of those late game weapons. Chaos Talisman on the ground earlier was at 2 KC. Oh, Chelsea, yeah. That's rough. That's the hobgoblin grind. Poof. Like that. Oh. And there's nothing I can do to speed this up. Nothing. Just gotta keep killing them. With that being the case, then, while we're killing these, let's look at our chunk map. Because things have changed significantly now that we have agility. Right? First and foremost, we can now roll the Feld Tip Hunter area. Because the one limitation that we had was an agility shortcut right here. Or, no, right here. There it is. That we can now cross. Which means we now have access to the northern side of that. It actually might be interesting. I wonder if anything comes down in this area here. Something that we can use. That's interesting. I'm going to have to check that out. Because that is a new section of this chunk that we didn't have before. It's just all this little triangle, this little upper area. But if something sneaks in there that we have access to, because keep in mind, we have a pretty higher hunter level, right? But if something is there, what's in this area? Carnivorous Chinchampas, okay. Black Warlocks, Tropical Wagtails, Spined Larupia. Black Warlocks are kind of interesting. Those are in the Feld Tip Hunter area. I wonder if one of them has a roaming radius that would take him down there. Strength boost. Yeah, that's interesting. Let's see, there's Tropical Wagtails, which are just hunter birds with stripy feathers. Stripy feathers can be used with a fly fishing rod to catch rainbow fish. That would be kind of interesting if we had access to any river fishing, which we do not. What else is there? What else is there? Spined Larupia. Yeah, but we need the pits, and the pits aren't down there, so that's not going to be a thing. Item spawns, shops, features. There might be a burrow down there. The burrows can be with Kebets and a noose wand. That's not going to do anything for us, though. Spike pits, tall vines. Yeah. Nope. Unless black warlocks are a thing in that little area, like they have a roaming area. Yeah, they are strength boost when released. Yeah, they are a super strength. So black warlocks might be interesting. The problem is because they're not in our chunk, like they're north of the chunk. Thing is, we might be able to lure them there. What might be interesting is to see if we can use that lure spell and lure them down there. Whether it's super strength -1, I think. It's strength level 4 plus 15 rounded down. Yeah. It's a possibility. Maybe. We're gonna have to test that. I might ask that someone comes along with the Dark Lure spell and see if we can bring them into the chunk. Because if that is possible, then we might be able, then we would be able to get pseudo super strength potions, right? We already have the other one, the honestly, I should probably be using them. Yeah, no, that's smart. I really should. I should go to the shop in Yanil, buy a bunch of jars, get like 100 of the ruby harvests. Because those are big attack bonuses, and frankly, attack and accuracy is pretty helpful. Especially for things like this, where you're just having to kill a lot of something. I mean, it'll be handy for... I don't know if... It wouldn't be handy for Chaos Druids. The attack would, but the strength would not, because we're already hitting our max hit there. Then again, it might, because the max hits would just hit higher than max hit, or the higher than max hits would just hit 20s, which would insta-kill them, which makes sense. It would increase the chance of just one-shotting the enemies. Wow, we are at 182, no head. We are now 4.5 times dry. Kind of bonkers. So anyways, yeah, besides that, though, there are also more changes. Of course, we have the ocean chunk, because that is the in here southeast chunk down there. Speaking of, hold on. Is my region lock? Yeah, my region locker is on. Yeah, see, it's... Oh, hello. We got a rune full helm before we got a freaking ensouled head. That's the last 1 in 128 item that we didn't have yet, which is silly. BRB. Alright, Buxy. Let's see. Yeah, back to this. The ocean chunk there is new. Of course, yeah, since we rolled this, it's just the ocean chunk that opened up for us. And we can't get over there to use this because, I mean, that's mirror mode, right? Otherwise, if mirror mode wasn't off, we would be able to roll that lower chunk there. Which is kind of spooky. What else does agility change for us? I mean, obviously the Ardoin Market. That's not a diagonal we can go across. Are there any grinds or things that get easier? I'm pretty sure there's some agility shortcuts in that area that we might be able to use. I don't know. What do you think is the funniest, most overkill enemy you can use Emberlight on? I vote for baby implings. Well, you can't hit baby implings with an Emberlight. It would just be regular imps. It would be regular imps. Can you access the Little Miss Giant Island? The Little Miss Giant Island? Like this one up here on the horseshoe, the west of the horseshoe mine. No, we can't. We will be able to once we get that. The Little Miss Giant Island. Little Miss Giant Island. What the heck is a Little Miss Giant Island? I'm not picking up what you're putting down. There's an agility shortcut there that we can use eventually. There's nothing here that agility... It's an island that's a little bigger than the little... Okay, bathroom... Yeah, I'm not getting that. Oh, dang, you were right. Moss Giant Island. Yeah, okay. It was the Moss Giant Island. No, we can't. That's a chunk north. We'd need to unlock the northern chunk, and then we could get over to it, though. But we have Moss Giants in this chunk, so it would be a nothing task. Nothing here, nothing here. I mean, what it does kind of no, because that is a rollable chunk anyways. There really isn't any major changes except for those couple things. Being able to roll north here, and then being able to roll down here. This is still equally terrifying. Just a heads up. Oh my gosh. Why? Why is it taking so long? Oh my goodness. I was expecting to be kind of like, okay, yeah, okay. Time's up. Now I can go work on video editing. See you around, guys. Now, we're getting this done. We're getting these drops today. We're getting the drops. This is silly. This is silly, though. Oh my gosh. It's insane that we haven't gotten the headless. Why? 188 kills in. We're almost 5 times dry. Almost. Just drop the head already. Yeah, give me the head. Give me... Kind of dread the idea of sailing and how many chunks it'll open up. Well, yeah. Sailing will open up a lot of chunks, but keep in mind it's only chunks that we can really... Thing is okay, so let's talk about sailing a little bit, actually, because that's a good idea. So once we unlock this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this, then sailing is unlocked. We need all 5 of those, or we could technically go like this, then 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 this, and skip this. But I think it's only like that route or the straight down route. Like, there's only 2 ways to get around. You can technically get around that ocean chunk specifically if you go like this. Yeah, but there is something that you need to do in that chunk as well. But yeah, as soon as those open, just breathe, it will happen. Yeah. But the thing is, as soon as we get that and that, we have the Royal Titans. So the Royal Titans is a prerequisite to unlocking sailing, which is a lot. I love new areas in old school. Now with more Brown Cave. Yeah, Brown Cave. Exciting. This is multi-tiered Brown Cave. Hold on. Wacky, crazy, inflatable, arm flailing tube man. Look at all these coins and all these ashes that don't have ensouled heads in them. Whoa. Crazy. Does the Pandorica quest teleport you to the island? It does once you hit a certain point. Like, the quest, it goes from... The Pandemonium quest, it takes you from here to here to here. You salvage something, and then you appear on the island. So you can only go from here to here to here. And then the quest, like, stops. Like, you have to stop as a chunker in order to unlock Pandemonium. But this is the chunk that teleports you to Pandemonium. Oh, jeez. It's doing that thing again. Love when it just opens up a new tab. I don't know what I click. It's a button. I fat finger it because, of course, my keys go dark because of some stinking power saver function that I can't really turn off because power is super important here. You need power saver options. But yeah. Damn. Royal Titans is the fire and ice giant bosses, right? Correct. And here's the fun thing. Is those fire and ice giant bosses drop that amulet, and that amulet has teleports. Giant's amulet, old school. Giant soul amulet, that's the one. So this can be dropped by Brando or Eldrick and provides teleports to the entrance layers of Bryophyta, Obor, and the Royal Titans. You know what that means, right? That means as soon as we roll those chunks, Bryophyta and Obor become rollable. And if those of you who don't know, those are some very scary, dangerous chunks. Because, let's take a look real quick. So, those are those. We don't have to worry about those. But here, Edgeville. Boom. Edgeville Dungeon. Dungeon is here. Bryophyta is to the east. So it wouldn't unlock Edgeville. It would unlock the chunk to the east, which is actually the Grand Exchange. But we wouldn't have access to the Grand Exchange. We'd only have access to the dungeon, because that's how this works. So this particular chunk would be rollable. We would be able to roll the Grand Exchange chunk. We wouldn't be able to get to the Grand Exchange, but we would be in the dungeon. Now, here's the tricky part, though, is because this is rollable. Also, this, where is it? Hold on. Bryophyta is there. Hill Giants, Obor. Yep. So then this chunk is also rollable. And this has the Hill Giants, which has the map link that goes up. So technically, we would also be able to unlock... jeez. Not the Grand Exchange or Edgeville, but this chunk. This is a scary chunk because it has all of this. Oh, that's going to open up the game completely, though, because that's a teleport that is farmable and usable. Cooking Guild chunk with Obor is tough. It's, yeah, the thing is, it's not... Obor is actually south of the Cooking Guild. The Cooking Guild's a little to the east of that. Or at least I think it was. Either way. Oh, shoot. I was on tiny screen the whole time. I am sorry. I need to do that again with mega screen so that you can see a little bit better. Yeah. In here, demons. Over here. See, this is the Cooking Guild. This is where the dungeon pops you up. So it's the barbarian village. Yeah, it's barbarians. Very many good rune drops. Now, here's the thing, though, is you have this whole scenario of where's the barbarian village on the map? Like, where's the stronghold of security on this map? It's not here. Champions Challenge, that's in the right spot. The vaults, these things, in the right spot. Where the heck, like where the actual heck does this take you? Where? Where in everywhere is this? It's just its own little instance of chunks. And like 2 of these are on like 4 different chunks. Where the heck are those? I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. It's a weird scenario. It's another Yanil dungeon scenario where the dungeon does not actually line up with the map. We've been running into it a couple times, and I think this is primarily why mirror mode doesn't exist on the chunk picker. Because it's just, there's so many dungeons that just aren't actually inverse dungeons of themselves. Like as you saw in those clips, there were 2 of those 4 that are actually like literally split into quarters with 4 chunks taking up the one thing, which is, I mean, that's weird, right? You know, I'm starting to think JGuys didn't think out the world map in advance. I wonder if they didn't. Yeah, no, they didn't. Obviously not. Right? Now, it's different because you have the Carnelian cave. The one that we used for Haziel Cult. That one is obviously going to the north because it's literally a chunk to the north of that. But these ones are just middle of nowhere, which means that I think we're going to have to treat them kind of like we did the Yanil dungeon, unlock them all, because it's directly down, but it's probably on like what I would consider a multi-level down layer. So those chunks would likely be, I mean, that's the only real way you can, like, the stronghold is a chunk large. Each of those things are a chunk large. Oh, let's kill a couple more mossies before heading back. We're at 197 greater demons. Have not seen a single ensouled head, so we're almost 5 times dry now. It's weird. It's so weird. So weird that would work that way. Well, the giant soul amulet, I've never actually noticed this. It requires big bones and a single law rune in order to charge it, which is interesting. It's not something that I've ever thought about before. I've never used one because I've never done those. I've never done the Royal Titans. The Royal Titan update actually went side by side with when Chunkmist was actually made, and I stopped, or no, when Lorebound was made. And that was one of the reasons why I didn't look into it, is because I didn't want to spoil it for Lorebound. And then it's like, oh, well, there's no mention anywhere, everywhere, at all about them. And, yeah. Oh, well. And then, of course, they aren't an assignable Slayer task. You can't kill them on a Slayer. Like, You can get Fire Giant and Ice Giant, but they're not, like, specific. There isn't a boss slayer task for them, so... Lorebound was just locked out of that permanently, just because. The only mention of their names was specifically from the Giant Soul Amulet, which you couldn't get unless you killed them, so... It was just a self-reciprocating circle of not having an NPC that talked about them. Like, they just need one NPC, like, shivering and burnt outside the door, and then suddenly it would be lorebound accessible. Yeah. Still need that dang Ammy that refused to drop it for me. Well, sorry, Green Dragonite. I can't help you with their drop rates, unfortunately. Good luck, though. Are you planning on doing the bosses or going full solo? Very likely duo. I have people actually lined up and waiting that want to help with that boss. So, yeah, it's not going to be a problem there. There's no reason not to... Like, that's like saying, oh, do you do forestry solo? Oh, speaking of, Beekeeper. Yes, please. Give me that XP lamp. Give it. Gib, lid, legs, entrance, body, go, Gib. Yeah, woo, Slayer XP. It's another level closer. What? I was wondering why it wasn't actually attacking that one. It's because my left click option was... There we go. What the heck? Are they all... There we go. Now I should be able to just click on them. Huh. Yeah, I see doing the Royal Titans as similar to participating in forestry events. If I wanted to do it wholly solo, I wouldn't have participated in forestry, and it would have locked us out of a lot of different things. Right? But I decided early on that forestry was okay, even if I didn't have a forestry kit, which means it was all from someone else, right? The actual forestry kits were from someone else. Like, whenever there was a random event, that was someone else. Like, Hunter would be locked out completely, because we weren't leveling Hunter. So that would still be level 1 if it wasn't for forestry events, right? It would still be level 1, even though we have, like, we don't have a level 1 activity. We have a level 5 activity, but not a level 1. You also have a +1 boost. Still, nothing. Yeah, that sort of stuff is a gray area with a lot of chunk accounts. As long as the rules stay consistent through, then it's good. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is even consistent rules need adjustment from time to time. Making it easier rather than making it harder tends to be the direction. Like, for example, when we originally set up our rule set for Chunkmist, we wanted gem and rare drop tables to count as tasks, because that's cool, that's every drop. But it wasn't until I actually rolled a chunk that had the rare drop table on it that I realized, oh, this is a terrible idea. And so rolling it back to, hey, this is the first time we've encountered this, and this is awful, and then having to change the rules because, oh, I made a stupid mistake a year ago when I made the account. You know, that's life. Sometimes you got to adapt. Right? Like right now, we would be going for 99 smithing off of Fire Giant kills at a 1 in 3,000 rate for the rune bars in order to make a full set of rune gear. Okay. Do you think that's worthwhile? That means we'd have to kill probably, what, 100,000 Fire Giants for the rune bars required to make the rune items that we'd need for best in slot items. Plus, of course, probably the 10,000 hours required mining iron and then running it back and forth from the furnace or superheating it using our nature rune spawn. Like, that's obviously, and that's why I really clearly stated that we were treating implings and random events as not as bonuses, but as high risk random encounters, right? I kind of do like the ideas of keys or mulligans you can earn by doing something outside of the rules, kind of like with Lorebound or with some other one-chunks. Yeah, well, I've seen... I mean, Blue had a fantastic system. If any of you are familiar with Blue, he had a basically a locking system, kind of like how Slayer, you can lock things behind tasks. And so we'd have a locking system that would allow him to basically progress the account a little further. And basically every so many rolls would unlock a new task that they could lock. Like for us, if we locked agility, just specifically agility, then we'd almost be done with our tasks. But the thing is what he did is he didn't have a not just standing clause, right? So if we have a locking system and the not just standing clause, suddenly it becomes a little too like, oh, now you're just trying to game the system. You just want to play a regular account. Like, it becomes a little too much. I think the not just standing clause is enough for us. And another black square shield, and we have 15 health, so we are going to the trawler. Also, hold on. There was a fly. I have a fly in my house. Gross. It sounds like a nightmare account killing. Exactly. That's the thing, is that was an account killer problem of 99 smithing off of fire giant rune drops. Not runes, but like the rune bar drop required, right? Like, that was unrealistic for us to be like, yeah, that's a manageable task. And some of these ales actually heal quite a bit. Like, look at this Eclipse Red. It's freaking 16 health. That's bonkers. Got our Blackbird Red, which is 16 as well. That's literally better than our swordfish and our lobsters. It's quite good food. Never would expect it, because it's like, oh, this is a potion, basically. Okay, back we go. It's a 1 in 40 drop. We shouldn't... You know what? Screw this. We're speeding this up. I didn't want to resort to this, but we're resorting to it. We're getting the ranged gear on. Here we go. So what's going to be faster? A rune scimitar or a magic shortbow? Obviously, it's going to be the magic shortbow. We are getting geared. Here we go. And we're not going to use our bronze arrows. We're going to use our mithril arrows. We're going to cruise through these guys. And I need a cape and some boots. Cloak. And boot. There we go. There's our full equipment. Oh yeah, it's the nuclear option. Yeah, I'm sick of... These guys need to be... Oh, we do have a few rune arrows, too. Do we take those? No. Relix is ready war and head in 3kc. I would take a head in 3kc. Let's see. Let's bring our lobsters again. And we need our axe. We don't need a specific axe, though. We can just, like... Hey, look, an iron axe. There we go. Alright. Let's kill again. We got 1,800 mithril arrows ready for launch. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Yeah, I mean, it's the difference between a tier 40 and a tier 60 weapon. Also, we have 77 range and 83 strength. So, realistically, the levels are not going to make that much of a difference. We are going to fly through these demons, probably. Anyone else find it funny that a quiver, one of the most basic bits of archery, is a top-tier legendary item in RuneScape? Oh, no, there is a base quiver. Oh, no, it's not a base quiver. I was thinking of the bolt pouch. Sorry. Yeah, no, a quiver, that should be. It's kind of funny. It is funny. Yeah, you would think that a quiver would be, but that's the thing is, if you look at the ammo slot. Hold on, I gotta show you this real quick. Oh, it's not even a quiver. I thought it was a quiver. Oh my goodness. I thought that it was a quiver icon. It is not. That is weird. Yeah, the quiver built into your shoulder. You just stuff it right in there between your shoulder blades. Yeah, you just pinch real hard. You shoot arrows like this. That's why it takes so long to master it. It's because you're just pinching all the arrows in between your shoulder blades. Alright, let's get to demon killing. My shoulder is augmented. Yeah, you have a bag of holding in your shoulder. Alright, and here's the thing is, I'm pretty sure there's a safe spot for these demons. Yeah, of course there is. Of course there isn't. Of course there is. There we go. Let's use our one prayer point left to boost our stuff. Oh, there we go. It's gone. I like that you kind of proved the point. It's so ubiquitous you expected one to be there. Yeah, exactly. That is correct, Geo. I did think that there was going to be a quiver in that slot. I thought it was a quiver icon, and that's where you put the arrows, right? Like, that would make sense, but no, it's just a picture of arrows. Vile ashes, coins, and our arrows. Nope. So as you can tell, the kills are pretty quick here. Using our best gear. Yeah, we can hit 11s. 77 ranged, like, that's gotta count for something. They call it the prison quiver. No, MJ, no. Not the good old prison quiver. Okay, you know what? We're not gonna safe spot these because I just realized that we brought a full inventory of food and we're not going to be able to use it. Yeah, so we're just gonna power kill these things. Game never acknowledging my war blessing and calling it ammo. Yeah. Ammunition for what? And it gives you a prayer bonus too, which is, it's like saying that the gods and the prayer scrolls are ammunition to be used in war or something. Like, what are they implying? What's Jigex implying there? That prayer is a weapon? Of course it is. It's part of your combat stats. Yeah, religion is... religion itself is a war, is an item of war. Let's get right into the thick of this. There you are, lesser demon, or greater demons. If these were lesser demons, it would go way faster. But no, I had to get the big boys. Not the biggest ones. We could be slightly east and doing black demons right now. Single bead of something. Speaking of, while it isn't a task, hold on, there are a couple creatures in the east side of our chunk that we might be able to actually get. I'm wondering if any of them have game-changing drops. I'm speaking specifically to the red dragons. They're out of chunk, but I think they might be able to be lured in chunk. And if that's the case, if there was something on the red dragon drop table that significantly improved our damage or did something that was game-changing, no thanks, they have addy bars. 1 in 128 addy bar drop. Ah, sorry, now you have a massive smithing grind. Okay, let's avoid the red dragons. I mean, in a world where gods are real and you can actually call them for provable benefits, yes, They would be part of warfare. Yeah. Also doesn't give me another prayer point, just the bonus, so not ammo in that sense either. Yeah, it just makes your already preloaded ammo. Oh, there we go. There we go. We got our ensouled demon head. We got our demon head. Ah, we're done here. We're done. 202 kills in, and we get our ensouled demon head. Oh. Woohoo. Just over 5 times dry. Woohoo, I was here. Nice. Grats. Thank you, thank you. I'll be here till Thursday, try the veil. Speaking of, new series is coming out shortly. Not today, but it will be in the next couple days, especially since now I have Wednesday off. Hooray. It means I'm able to put some more time into editing, which was like my big kryptonite bane problem. Was I never had enough time because it was like Saturday work, Wednesday work, Monday stream, Tuesday, okay, there's a good day, Thursday, okay, there's a good day. So Thursday, Friday would be my most productive days. And then of course I have to do all my meal prep and stuff like that because I mean that's you know, a quarter of a day almost. It's several hours of cooking. The timing, I just beat the final boss in Borderlands 3 when you got the drop. Oh, yeah, he got the 1 in 40 drop. Woo! Yeah, no kidding. Right? It shouldn't be that hard. Jagex, make it not that hard. Should bring the nature runes and do some high alchemy while I'm here. Bring a fire battle staff. I could high alch the... I mean, there's the steel two-hander. There's the black square. Just get into alching everything. Oh, actually, don't really want to do the steel two-hander. That's 2 steel bars in the Giant's Foundry if we ever unlock that. So now we're after 1 in 64. And then, yeah. And then we gotta talk, because the amount of activities that we can do after that are starting to dwindle a little. Just a little tiny bit, but things that we are doing is definitely becoming a shorter list. Which means what I gotta do before the next video, or the next stream, is starting to become very, very specific. More agility, if you didn't guess. Ooh, actually, speaking of IRL equipment that could be used in RuneScape, what are some lower level back or cape items I'd love to see implemented? Ooh, hold on, dwarfweed. That's nice. Lower backs. Oh yeah, no, we clearly need a fanny pack for a belt item. Cape items. I mean, capes. Wing packs for flight. Jet. I mean, if you're talking IRL, you gotta realize now. See, fantasy wing pack. That makes sense. IRL jetpack. That would be the direct translation. Push-up bra for Raids 5. Fair enough. Not too late to pick up wife. Everything's right in the world. Thank goodness, fat platypus. I'm happy that you weren't immediately chastised. Welcome back. Like capes were used in IRL duels as a cool defensive thing, which might be to have fun in game. I mean, the capes are used defensive. Like, if you haven't noticed, capes have a defensive stat in the game. Some of them have offensive stats. Like, if you have a freaking cape made of molten lava, it's gonna boost your strength a little bit. Push-up bra for Raids 5. Yeah, I'd love a push-up bra for Raids 5. Get these man milkshakes all ready for the boys in the yard. They're like, oh wait, no, I shouldn't sing that because that's absolutely copyright claimed. Oh, a Renar seed. Those are nice. Frey not hitting us with a 4-minute intro. What the heck? Yeah, Minnie. Oh, it's funny. Oh, yeah, they don't look like dueling capes or cloaks. I think it'd be fun to see it. Oh, fair enough. They are a little bit different. I'd say honestly the belt slot's the most interesting. Yeah, make a Raids 5 belt slot. Just a new slot entirely. I mean, freaking RS3 has done it quite a few times where they've added new slots, and it's generally well received. Okay, now that we're on to moss giants, the practicality of this many lobsters is starting to be not as important. We're also probably almost just as well off using the scimitar on these guys, because their defenses are a bit lower. Yeah, this is a tight one. We're gonna have to rebank and rethink this out. We can definitely use range, but like I don't want to have to waste all these lobsters. It feels like a bit of a yeah. If we get a belt slot, I want the Common Rider inspired Henshin belt. No transformation, but cool reference. An emote would be nice. If they make a belt slot, just allow us to equip a usable item in it. Okay, yeah, we're gonna... I doubt we can use the teleport yet. 6 minutes, yeah. We're gonna have to do the old thing and... No, you know what? No, 6 minutes of agility. Now you get to see the pain of what my agility is. This is, by the way, my best in-slot speed task. Like, this is my agility training. Welcome to the stream, everyone! And this is also why the left-click function of the Moss Giants was set to walk here, so that I could just click. This is our agility. Because the other one, currently in the Yanil dungeon, yeah, it gives 20... I think it's 23 XP each. This gives 7 and 8. But the amount of times we fail is moderately low. It's fairly easy to click. Like, there's very little mouse movement. I'm trying to think of ways we can make this funny. What agility XP per hour is that? You know what? We have 5 minutes or so before the thing. We're gonna just reset our stats, and we're gonna track it. Hold on. Let's see our XP per hour here. Yeah, it's not gonna be good. We can... It's at least 12 XP per hour. You are right, Abraham Lincoln. It is at least 12 XP per hour. That is entirely accurate. Actually, yeah, we can use these stepping stones until we're low health, and then we can eat the lobsters and kill more moss giants. That way we can use our lobsters and kill more things without wasting inventory space. We're at 4,000. Here's the thing, is the Yanil agility dungeon... once it stops failing, is at 15k XP. That's the XP rate of the Yanil Agility Dungeon. That is going to be likely our best in slot. Right now we're climbing though. We're at 6,300 XP an hour. 67. This is going to be interesting actually, because I don't know. You know what's going to be scary is if this is our best method. Oh, there we go. The XP per hour is starting to go down. We're starting to fight it. It feels like this would be killer on your calves. Yeah, if this was, if I wasn't just clicking and using, like, the foot pedal, this would be absolutely killer on my calves, just because it's... Okay, so yeah, there we go. We're starting to average out. Looks like we're getting probably between 65 and 7,000 XP per hour here. More successful when you reach Yanil Agility Naked. Well, we'll test that out as well, honestly. We'll test the Yanil even when going back and forth and falling over and over. By the way, we do need to stay armored when we're in the Yanil Agility Dungeon, because if we fall, like so, we're not falling into lava, we're falling into poisonous spiders. And having some armor reduces the chance of us getting poisoned, because the spiders are nasty. Wild that the agility dungeon is on par with a single set of monkey bars in the wildy for XP. Yeah. 15k XP an hour. This is 6.5. It looks like it's 6.5k. If we can... Oh, depends on how much we fall. But yeah. It is slowly dropping back down, though. Ugh, the spooters. Yeah, the spooters are the problem. The thing is we have a fail rate until it's like 62 agility or something. Like, it's not a small fail rate. Currently, we have about a 30% chance of dropping into the pit every time we cross. And the amount of time it takes to get back up is significantly higher than this. But we'll test it. Yeah, the XP rate is dropping, so it's no longer 6,500. You can see right there. It's at 64. We're trying to come back at it, but... yeah, we'll just do this for a few minutes and see what it's like. Yeah, we're trying to hit 6,500, but we're not quite there anymore. If we were lucky and we weren't... yeah, there's 65 and back under. This is real gaming. Well, this is... yeah, high-octane agility. Here we are. This is my life. This has been my life for quite some time. I hit 42 agility doing this. Actually, I did up to, I think, 18 using that pipe and going around and cutting a log and going around and cutting a log. You want to see what my old... okay, yeah, it looks like 6,500 is what we're doing. So let's reset the agility again. And this is what my old agility was. This is what I had to do from level 1 to level 18. So I'd come over here, chop down these vines. From these vines, I'd come around here. I have to run all the way around here. All the way over. Still going. No XP yet. And I have to squeeze through this pipe in this specific direction. For a whole 8 experience. Let's do it again. Let's do this again. Through the vines. Around all this. Now keep in mind we're running. Eventually that running energy runs out, and at level 1 it runs out a lot quicker. And then... oh, there's a second one. Ooh. And that's what my agility was like. Until we hit like level 18. Now, we can go through the pipe both ways. Go through here. Go through here. The thing is this is 8 XP. And there's no way of actually setting up the mouse so that you click both sides. And if you actually take the amount of time for this and compare it with the amount of time from these stepping stones, this is much faster. Like, this is just objectively quicker. It takes, like, what, 3, maybe 4 ticks in order to do an 8 XP thing here, whereas it's almost twice as long for the same amount of experience in there. Even with the failures here, it makes sense to do agility that way. Alright, back to Moss Giants. And I can pull this back over here. Now look at that. We cleared out our inventory a little bit more. We have 4 additional slots. Time to reset there. Of course, we're only here until we get the magic staff, which is a shockingly weird item that we haven't gotten yet. Watching the bar go up 0.1% each time was painful. Yeah, and having to do the full loop and doing that, yeah, no, it's wild. It's absolutely wild what this is. And I gotta get to freaking 85. Now you see why 85 is a nice bonus, right? Can you imagine having to go to 89 agility just doing that? That's not a fun time. No, Grover, that is not. Again, the Unil Agility Dungeon takes us from 6.5 to 15k XP. which is going to be very nice. Which is gonna, it's effectively going to 2.5 times our speed of agility. Snakegrass seed, nice. Massive improvement, yeah. Well, this here is good for early levels. Yeah, we're gonna have to test the balancing ledge, because yeah, if it's anything above 6.5k, even with falling into the pit, it might still be a significant improvement, even with all the falling. So when we get the magic staff from the Moss Giants, the stream's going to be that for... What? Are the streams going to be that for a while? Realistically, yes, until we catch up on the episodes of the new series, in which then likely the streams will be based on that new series. Because we have some very streamable content on that one right now, and the co-players that I am working with on that one are very enthusiastic about getting player help on certain things. Oh, there's a mossy key drop. We'll take that. We'll take every mossy key with nice. Yeah. There's some grinds in the new series that people can help with, and it's going to be super fun to be able to stream that with people. So, likely that's what's going to happen eventually. Until then, though, yeah, the streams are going to be a little bit duller for a little bit after we get this stinking drop. Again, we're basically full inventories. Yeah, it sounds fun. It's going to be fun. There's going to be it's going to be a few weeks of kind of a little more chill, kind of just doing agility and shooting the stuff, so to speak. Yes, they do want help with that, lol. Speaking of one of the devils, yes, there are many things that could be assisted with, and there's confirmation right there that some of my co-conspirators would definitely not mind getting a hand with one thing or another. Oh man, I can't wait. Can't wait to come up with random topics. Yeah, we're gonna, like, the next stream is gonna be very random topic-y, honestly. We're gonna be talking about the political turmoil of Mongolia. Like, it's gonna get weird, probably. Make the streams more interactive. Yeah, well, the randomness helps with interaction, but also, of course, when there's actually something that people can do, it, of course, makes it way better as well. Like when we were out doing the Pepperidge Farms, remembers? Remember when we were in the Fortis Bazaar and people were going and hopping worlds and finding worlds to steal from? Pepperidge Farms remembers. Pepperidge Farms remembers all of that. Remember the time when we were catching implings and hopping worlds and looking for implings? Pepperidge Farms remembers that too. Oh, yes. I remember that. So much fun, so much joy. Remember in the future when we get the Royal Titans grind and we need an extra person at all times to do that grind? Pepperidge Farms will soon remember. Yes, remember well the future that holds our way. Royal Titans, I don't know why I decided to pick up this voice, but I'm going with it. Well, and getting pets, yeah. Pets are fun. Oh, there's another unsold head. And another, basically, yeah, not enough to eat. Okay, back to agility. And getting trolled, I remember well, yeah. Oh, yeah, but the thing is, you can't get trolled in boss encounters, really. Like, even the troll, if they tried, would only be beneficial. Like, that's the thing, is, like, there are certain things that the trolls just can't. Like, if it's, yeah, a mining grind, yeah, they can mess you around a little. They can world hop and steal your spots for enemy killing. But there's so many moss giants around here that, and since it's not multi-combat, that don't matter. It's only multi-combat, PvP, and like certain resource gathering skills that a troll can actually do something with you. Outside of that, they got nothing. I mean, who was it that got Rocky when we were helping you thieve? It was, I don't think it was Rocky's the, oh yeah, no, that was, I remember, hold on. Reyna Chaos, what's her name? Yeah. Reyna, the ultimate Iron Man, was the one who got that. Got the Rocky pet. He lost it. Yep. I'm totally out to pasture. Get the harpoon gun. Or the stun gun, the ka-dunk. Oh, those of you who don't know what a stun gun is for animals, it is it's very humane, but it also is a very terrifying item. But yeah. Back to Pepperidge Farm. Yeah, our concurrent viewers just went from 40 to 30 as soon as I did the Pepperidge Farms reference. Which is terrifying to think that many people hate when I'm slightly more enthusiastic beyond, like, monotone, dull droning of talking. What are you gonna do? I don't even know what Pepperidge Farms is. It's a really old meme. It's a Family Guy meme, I think, is where it comes from. It's basically a really old company that is, yeah, it's a mid-cookie company. Yeah. It's yeah, don't worry about it. Remember when we used to put the strawberry jam inside the cookie? Oh, okay, yeah. It was a Family Guy reference, and now it became a meme. So we do have some fun kind of agility things coming up. I mean, we have 42 right now. Next stream we'll likely try to hit 49. If we're not there already, because that will give us access to the level 45 skeletons armed, the sinister chest, and a herring spawn. Ooh. Fancy. Once we get that herring spawn, you know what? We've definitely delayed enough. We're going back to the trawler and depositing this gear. See, we only did a segment of a level of agility. Ugh, agility's so slow. We've got a terrible agility thing. It's gonna be fun. You know what? I'm gonna go into my notepad real quick and write 6.5k XP per hour from Brim Rocks. That way, when we actually do get to test the other agility, yeah, we can just pull that info up. There's that ensouled head. Finally. Oh my gosh. There's a bronze axe. Why not? Let's take 3 lobster. That feels like enough for moss giants, especially in our ranged gear. Let's just burn through these. By the way, we are at 190 moss giants. So we are over triple dry for this item now. Yet we're also spooned on mossy keys. So, you know. Oh no, is our orange tree dying? No, it's fine. It just looks sad. It doesn't have any leaves yet. It's like this tiny little sad baby tree. It's leafless. I'm thinking of the movie Venom, where it's like, you know, first I'll bite off your arms and your legs, and you'll just be, you know, an armless, legless lump, like a turd in the wind. Meanwhile, I'm thinking like, oh, that orange tree is like a little turd in the wind. You either go dry or you get spooned. Yeah, things on rate do not happen too often. Chaos Druid Warriors, 1 in 308 for the Black Dagger. Almost triple dry for that. The Tribeswomen, we got spooned for those anti-poisons. Like, by a large margin. And the Tribesmen. The Imps, we had 104 and we got the full logs. We were spooned on those. Fire Giants, 121. Oh, yeah, look at this Fire Giant drop table. You see anything out of the ordinary with this thing? Hold on. 121. First of all, no rune bar. Hooray. That's a rune battle axe. Just take a moment, go to the drop table. See what the odds of a rune battle axe is. And oh, what's that? Oh, it's a mother truckin' curved bone. I got a second curved bone and 121 kills from Fire Giants. Go do some math on that. See how spooned we are on those. You know what's scary is both the axe and the curved bone had a significantly rarer drop than the rune bar. That rare drop table and missed the dragonstone. Yeah. Yeah, we missed that dragonstone. Oof. What bone is the curved bone exactly? It's a shoulder bone, arm bone? No, it's the curved bone. It's just the bone that's curved. Let's see. Ogre Shamans. Obviously dry on those. Honestly, the ogres. The curved bone from the ogres, it wasn't spooned. It was just slightly dry. I'd say the ogres are the closest thing to having a normal drop table. Plenty of curved bones in your body. There's one more in mine. Ayo. No. Let's see. Hero. Yeah, we got the Elite Clue Scroll, 1 in 506 from that. So that was, I think it's 1 in 1200 normally, isn't it? So we got Spoon there. Guard. 1500 kills. We went dry on the Guard. Yeah, Ogress Warriors, 1 in 1300, taking us 4,436 kills. Hobgoblins we got spooned on. Chests we got really spooned on. Nah, actually that's pretty even. 5,700 and there was a 1 in 5,000 drop, so that wasn't terrible. Yeah, wizards were spooned. Zombies were spooned. It's funny that this is our best Moss Giant location. Nature Implings, Essence Implings. Yeah, now this is an interesting situation because like these count as secondary ingredients. They're not reusable primary ingredients because that's how that's how Implings work. They're random events. You can't take their drop table numbers into account. But we did get 80 Pure Essence, which is kind of interesting. Because that might put us into a couple rune crafting tasks, especially if we have the ZMI altar. We might have to get a few levels because of those essence drops, which is kind of interesting. 4 bowstrings, 2 lockpicks from Young Implings. The fishing trawler, yeah, we got spooned as hell on that angler set. We had it like in 40 runs. I mean, we're at 220 now because we need to do all that construction, but I'm not seeing no magic. Yeah, we're definitely dry here. Paladins spooned on the 33, and we got a hard clue scroll from that. That's spooned. Cyclopses got spooned on those. Chaos Druids, that was pretty average, honestly. Yeah, more times than not, we're either dry or spooned. There are a few exceptions where we're actually on rate, but statistically speaking, we're weird. There are plenty of curved, yeah. If you have that, you should get it checked out. Humans are supposed to have a I'm not even going to try to pronounce that word, nor do I want to look it up on stream. because I do not know what that is. Never heard of that. Whew, yeah. 49. That gets us our skeleton warriors. 57. That's when we can finally do this. It'll take level 74 before that stops failing, which is a pain in the butt. The pile of rubble. At 67, that's when we can do Solaran. Which, it feels so high. It feels so far from now. It sucks. That sucks. It's so high up there. I want to kill Solaran. He has some cool drops. AKA the Sinister Key, which then we can use. Oh, the Sinister Key opens the Sinister Chest. Sinister Chest gives us Torstol in relatively high quantities, which is really cool. Nothing yet. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Nothing? Nothing, nothing. Jeez. Medical turn for a certain bone a lot of animals have that humans do not. Okay. Okay. I will take... Yeah, okay. Cool. My goodness. Can't believe... By the way, 200 Moss Giant kills. 200. 1 in 64. Here we go again. Just 2 more kills and we're passing the greater demon kill count. Can't believe it. Can't believe we haven't found a magic staff. Just need a magic staff. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. Watch me find out that the Moss Giants don't drop the thing. No, it's right there. Weapons and armor. There's no asterisk. No key thing. They definitely just drop it. 1 in 64, and we just haven't gotten one yet. Have we gotten a black square shield? Yes. 9 of them. Have we gotten the steel medium helm? Yes. Have we gotten a mithril sword? 2 of them. Have we gotten a mithril spear? 3 of them. Mithril kite shield, 1 in 128? Yep. Have we gotten the iron and steel arrow drops at 1 in 64 and 1 in 128? We've gotten the steel arrows. That's the 1 in 128 twice. However, we have... Oh, there's the iron arrows. Speak of the devil. Now we have the iron arrow drop. We have a blood rune drop. We have 3 death rune drops. We have stinking herbs all over the place. Terramin, Harlander, Lantodime. We have a freaking dwarfweed. Dwarfweeds are 1 in 1,000. Yet we can't get a freaking 1 in 64 stick. Yeah. Oh! Can get some more nature runes though. Totally worth it. Going dry? Nah, we're just farming nature runes in a different way. Huh, they actually drop Torstol seeds. That's interesting. Watch us get a curved bone from here before we get it. That would be hilarious. I think moss giants are born mossy, or did they get moss later in life? Ah, there's another black square. That's another 1 in 64. That could have been it. We could have been done. But no, we can't get the magic stick. No magic stick for Chunkmist here. Do you think moss giants are born mossy, or do they get moss later in life? That implies there's baby moss giants. And the fact that there's moss giants and fire giants, or sometimes moss and regular giants in the same place, implies that there's something that happens to the giant that makes them mossy. So I think they aren't born mossy, and it's not a fashion statement. I think it's likely either, because keep in mind you have ice, fire, and moss giants, all very different things, but all stemming from the base giant. Which, if we take the base giant as the example, and those exist, That means something must happen to them to turn them into moss or fire or ice giants, right? So either, you know what I think it is? I think they're going to tie it to the Royal Titans and Bryophyta, right? I think Bryophyta spews spores onto the giants, and then these spores grow trees and moss and other things, and basically like they warp regular giants into mossy forms. That's why they're all grumpy, because they used to be regular giants, but now they're all like wooden. Like, that's calcification of their legs. Dang, that moss giant be thick. Dang, they all be kind of thick. What the heck? When did moss giants... When was the booty update? Holy cow. Those are definitely well sculpted. What in the world? Giants are different kinds of rune magic. Yeah, it could be colors representing different gods. You never know. Gothic Scream, Zami Fire, and what, Sarah Ice? No, I don't think it's god related. It could be magic related. But the thing is, it's much more likely that it's like, you could have like blood giants, air giants, death giants. Yeah, the fact that there isn't a moss rune yet is what's puzzling. We're getting our teeth kicked in by this moss giant. We're gonna have to come back here with rune armor. Ugh. I'm gonna have to stop using ranged. No, the kills are so much faster with ranged, I think. Coins, big bones. Nothing, nothing, nothing? Alright, let's swap to left click walk here. Let's see how much longer we have until the trawler teleports. 7 minutes. Looks like we're doing 7 minutes of stepping stones, ladies and gents. Also going to left click walk here on that one. 7 minutes of stepping stones. Here we go. Moss could be nature runes, though. It could be. Definitely could be. This is our life. We're going insane. We're burning our arse in volcanic flames. I'm starting to see this isn't quite free. On molten hot rocks, we train agility. Sorry, that was the best rhyme I could think of. Ugh. Burning. We got rocks. We got the best rocks. Are ogres considered a kind of giant? No, those are completely different. That's like comparing elves to dwarves. New album released next week. Yeah, exactly. Check me out on Spotify. That's going to be available for... music. 210 moss giants. Not a single magic stick. That's sad. Sad. Might have been thinking D&D, to be fair. Yeah, in old... Yeah, nope, truly lost it. Yep, I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs right now. I could go for some... No, I'm kidding. I haven't had cereal in such a long time. Oh, hey, Iron Maiden, how's it going? You kind of camouflaged yourself in back there with the lumberjack outfit. Hello. Hi. Welcome to Agility 101. Stepping stones. We've got to do this for 4 more minutes. Oh no. So help me, if you get that drop, I'm gonna be so sad. I'm gonna be so sad. I mean, that's the thing, is it's only 1 in 64. You should have gotten the drop statistically. Like, we've done a whole Slayer task worth of the kills. Nothing. Well, would anything that has a curved bone be considered giant? It's a feature only giants have. No, it would not. The curved bone also exists in the giant frog. So, and keep in mind, yeah, that's a frog. So if the curved bone can exist in a frog, then it literally just is a large curved bone. Actually, I'm kind of curious. What else drops a curved bone? Oh my gosh, there's so many. Oh my goodness. What the hell? I thought it was like 20. There's way more. Oh my gosh. You got okay. Oh. Woo! Got them sneezes. Oh shoot, we just passed 50,000 agility experience, by the way. Yeah, so the damage from the lava actually scales with your current health. So the less health you have, the less damage it does. In fact, once we hit about, I think it's 9 or 8 health, it only does 1 damage to us. Which is why this is like, when I was doing this, I was like taking my, like spring rolls and cooked meat. Like Wintertodd, like old Wintertodd, where it hits, no, because Wintertodd used to scale with your max health, not your current health. This only does damage based on current health. It cannot kill you unless you're at 1 health. Yeah, let's look and see what truly drops the curved bone. Fire giants, moss giants, giant mole, ogres, cyclopses, dark beast. Dark beast is not a giant. Ice trolls, mountain trolls, ice giants, cave horrors. That would be a terrible one to get the curved bone grind on. If you had cave horrors as a curved bone grind, woo! Terror dogs, ice trolls, troll generals, mogres, sukas, the giant champion drops it. Oh my goodness. Gorax, what's a gorad? Oh, it's just a single weird ogre that lives in the Feldtip Hills. Ugh, yuck. Dad Clawed, giant rock. The giant rock is not a, like... Wait, the giant rock? The one... You only have 1 chance to kill this. And it can drop a curved bone? Could you imagine getting a curved bone from a giant rock? Oh, it looks like the Nightmare Zone can also drop... Oh, shoot. That's kind of interesting. You can farm it at the Nightmare Zone for curved bones. Ooh. So, there's the giant rock. Giant frog. Yeah, there's the level 13 giant frog that can drop it. Right? That's a 1 in 5,013, just like normal. Level 13. That's probably the easiest one. Giant rock is redundant. It's like saying giant. Yeah. The mammoth drops it. Callisto, Vedion drops it. Stick. Berry. The shamans, of course. Sodaseg. Sodaseg drops the curved bone. Did you know that? Scurious. Yep. The warped tortoises. Does that look like a giant? No. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I'm going to have to run for a little, have stuff to do. All right, Buxy. Well, thanks for being around. This is interesting. It kind of is, honestly. Shellbane Griffins. The Elder Aquanite drops it. The Black Knight Titan makes a little more sense. Scurious. Custodian Stalkers drop it. That's interesting. The Headless Beast. Really? Undead Bear from the Getting Ahead quest. drops the curved bone. What in the heck? And it can only be fought once except in the Nightmare Zone. That's so weird. That's weird. Yeah, so the curved bone drops from a lot of things. You know what? We're gonna... I think we can teleport back now. Yeah, we can. But we are also only 38 experience from leveling up. So we're gonna just finish off this level real quick. I wonder if it's any drops the giants share that you can get from anywhere else. I don't think... yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Boom. 43 agility. Also, why is our music not on? Huh. We've been going for freaking 4.5 hours, basically. No music. Just talking back and forth and killing stuff. Okay. Well, we're at super low health. Let's go restock. Kill some more mossies. Can't believe we haven't gotten it yet. This is insane. 1 in 64. Come on. It's not a rare drop. It's not a rare drop. It's not a rare drop. It's just an elusive drop. That's all it is. I'll start talking to myself soon. Well, let's drink up some wines because we're using ranged. We might as well. Yeah. Full inventory of wine. Screw this. We're bringing wines. We're getting sloshed tonight. No, not full inventory. He's so agile. Let's take... There we go. Let's take that many wines. I'm gonna have to go to bed. Good night. See you around, Geo. Thanks for being around. Appreciate you talking and being fun in the chat. Woo woo. All right, got our axe, our money, and our alcohol. Meanwhile, I got my gem bag so I can AFK Shiloh for hours. Ugh. Gem bag would be nice. Not that we have anything that we can use a gem bag with, because the gem bag I think only holds the opals, jades, topaz. So it wouldn't be helpful for us. Unless it's like that gem bag. No, you're talking about Shiloh. It's definitely not regular gem bag. It's the little baby, the new crafty one that you can make. Okay, back to Moss Giants. Across these stepping stones. And we're gonna clear that history. We do not need to hear what the chunk chat is talking about right now. Reset. There we go. Let's get killing. Honestly, not bad range training because their defenses are moderately low and their health is pretty decent, so could be worse. Could be worse. Oh, chunk quest with the giant mole, almost 3,000 kills. Ugh. Can't wait for that one. Ooh, nice. Ensouled giant head. If only that was a staff. A little stick. A little stick with a little black ball on top. That's all we want. That's all we're looking for. Got it from Dungeoneering, another game. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, I see. In the other... So it's that gem bag. I see. This is earlier. How many tasks left in this chunk? Let's take a look. Take a look how many chunks we have left. And movie. Agility. Farming. 3 diary tasks. Market Grace. We got our Ensouled Demon Head. Need the magic staff. We need to kill a few things. Yeah, it's really just agility that's going to be weighing us down. So, 10. We have 10 tasks remaining. I could have just seen 53 out of 63. Oh, shoot. Again, with the left side, right side, you couldn't see it all, could you? Drat. Yeah, so 10 tasks. That is what we have left. It's unfortunate. You know what? You know what? Oh, I can do something fun. Blah. Not as fun as I was hoping. Well, let's resize it to there, though. There. That's kind of neat. Then you can actually kind of see what's going on even when I'm in this mode. It was a little too small last time. We're scaling it up a smidge. Yeah, so we have 10 tasks to go. Problem is those 10 tasks are absolutely nuclear. Some of them, fortunately though, are not just standing claws. Mostly farming. I mean, it's farming related stuff, so yeah. Thing is, if I had chosen that agility shortcuts did not count as a training method, we wouldn't have had this. Wouldn't have had this grind. But we did. 10 out of 63 sounds good, but hides the bad ones. Yeah, lol. No. We have 53 out of 63. So we only have 10 left. This is the first... Actually, hold on. I'll show you something cool. So if you look, there's a bunch of enemies right here that are backlogged. And why would those be backlogged? Because, of course, those aren't in our active chunks. They are, but they aren't, right? 10 out of 63 remaining, yeah. So, because we have mirror mode, there are certain areas that we don't have access to that, that the chunk picker automatically considers. And our backlog reflects that. The baby red, black demon, bronze dragon, iron, red, and steel dragons are all to the southeast of us, out of chunk. And so you have to backlog those, or else it gives you a whole bunch of extra little bonus tasks. Oh, steel bar. Darn it. Thought that was it. Oh well. Why did I think a steel bar was the magic staff? I don't know. At least this is the last RNG grind. The rest are on known time amounts. Yeah, this is the last RNG grind. Once we get the... no, actually it isn't. We do have to get the Sinister Key from Solaran the Twisted. That is our last one. But, of course, we can't do that now. There's another black kite shield. How groovy. Groovy. Just what we needed. A 1 in 64 black kite shield, which could have been a staff. And that's our 13th one. Ooh. So many chances to trip the rare drop table if you had to kill those metal dragons. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the same with the fire giants. The fire giants have the rare drop table, and it is dangerous. Like, that's one of the reasons why we had to turn the rare drop table off as a required task. Because, like, I mean, we'd be hooped. We'd be hooped if it was. It would take this nasty agility grind and turn it into a nasty agility grind with an somehow objectively even worse smithing grind. We'd be here for years. Literal years. There's another mithril sword drop. That's great. You want to give us our darn drop that we need soon? Please? Come on. I don't ask for much. Santa Jagex. RN Jesus. Osama bin droppin'. All we need is a magic stack. A magic stick. Stick of magic. Nope, that's Terramin seed. That's not gonna help. Osama bin droppin'. Oh my goodness. I came up, that came out of nowhere. I'm sorry. Funny, But... oh... On topic, why are agility shortcuts not a meme grind? It feels very meme to me. Because we're pretty close to an extreme Onechunk Ironman. We're playing a little bit harder. There are a few exceptions to our rules that we don't do for extremes like capes, but really the more we take off, the more we're skipping out on things. Plus, who can really say I got 90 agility in the Brimhaven in the Brimhaven dungeon and the Yanil agility dungeon? Not many. It's like Chunk Yanil for the Yanil agility dungeon. That's about it, really. Not a lot of people do agility there, right? Well, let's actually hold on. How much agility? Not sure if XI dropping is better or worse than been dropping. She drop. Yeah, I don't know either. Leaving a pair of jugs on stream. Yeah, you see my jugs? No, there's 2 there and 1 there. I'm just littering the floor with the jugs. So why not, right? Oh my goodness. Beekeeper again. Beekeeper been loving us today. That's a second beekeeper at least today. Yeah, give me that hive. Let's take a look. Top, body, edges, body, confirm, spam click, gib lamp, lamp good, slayer good, go. Oh my goodness, we're 1 away from leveling up there. Probably. 414. Oh, it's 400. It's 410 XP that we're gonna get from that. So we're gonna be 4 XP off of 42 Slayer. The next lamp we get. Woof, that's rough. Oh. Dropping some bones. Not dropping, burying some bones. Toad flaxseed. I'm pretty sure that's pretty rare. Pretty sure that's rarer than 1 in 16. We still got it. Yes, sir. Gonna start going into the 7 stages of grief here. First, there's denial. Like, there's no way I'm freaking this dry. Grr. There's bargaining. You know, if you give me my drop, I'll change some. I don't know. It's getting that way soon. It's getting that way. Gonna start getting a little hysterical soon. 227. Almost 4 times dry. It's gonna be 240 kills that we are officially 4 times dry. Oh wait, 6, 12, 18, 24. No, it's higher than that. Hold on. 64 times 4. 6, 12, 240. 256. 256 is 4 times dry. Let's see if we can get it before 256. That's all I want. That's all I want for Christmas. Less than 4x dry. Are we sure it's on this version of Moss Giant? It's on every version of Moss Giant's drop table. There's no asterisk. And this is every type of Moss Giant except for like the ones in the wilderness have slightly different drop table, and the ones in the Isleworth dungeon have a slightly different table. Yep, I'm fairly certain that this indeed is just bad luck. And this is why gambling is not a suggested lifestyle choice for anyone. Because, oh, dang it, becomes very real very quickly. Let's drop them jugs. Or jug. What song is this? Nether Realm? Unlocked in the Brimhaven dungeon. Huh. I'm not sure I'm too familiar with this song. Maybe I haven't hung around in this dungeon for long enough with the unmuted. Come on. Nope. Coins, big bones. Come on. No whammies. Ugh. What else is there to talk about? Sports? The new season of Gellinor Games? I don't know. Imagine if it came out that quickly. Gonna get a log bone. Gonna get a long bone first, you think? I definitely could get a long bone at this point. 35 days until NFL. Oh. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the NFL since I'm not in the N. I'm not in the N, so... Now, if you talk CFL, oh boy. I'm kidding. Kidding. Let's not talk about different football leagues. Karamja Jam. Surprised this isn't like used more often in different places. Nature Rune. You know what? We're gonna add the drop. We're gonna add a drop sound. Ground item sounds. Nope, that's not the one. Item drop sound. That's not it either. Another beginner clue scroll we left out on. Oh, shame. Where is it? Ground items. No, is it beam? Is it under beam? Is that just ground items? Oh, jeez. I got a mushroom spore. I got a mushroom spore before we got it. What are the odds? Mushroom spore. Just the ground items. Yeah, there we are. Highlighted items. We're going to add magic staff to the list. So now, when the magic staff drops, it should have a nice little purple beam on it. That'll be neat. Ground items, bottom of page. Yep. Oh. Yeah, does anyone care about it? Go Elks, I think? Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. This is not a sports center. We are not very sports related here. They're sports oriented or whatever. I love making middling drops give me loot beams because they're tasks. Yeah, ground items, bottom of page, thank you. Man, I tried to understand American Egg Ball. I'm too European for that kind of... Yeah, well, I mean, it's like learning Quidditch or whatever it is. Or not Quidditch, what is it? Cricket. That's the one. Learning cricket is nightmarish. Oh, we're basically full inventory. We're gonna have to start dropping things. Oh boy. Okay, this will be our last one, I guess, until we go back again. Mithril arrow, big bones, mithril arrow. Broken, gone, broken. Why am I thinking of Surf's Up, the movie featuring a penguin? I don't know. Yeah. Stinking, what's it? Why did I think Quidditch? And then croquet. Yeah, cricket. It's so uninteresting that I forgot its name twice. Cricket. I don't know what that sport is. Cricket's so weird. It's like, oh, you hit a ball through a hoop that was baseballed at you from rolling. Surf's Up was a surprisingly good movie. Yeah, the added documentary style of an animation film was definitely very different. Cricket, baseball, same thing. Okay. Baseball, huh? Oh, great! Another black square shield. Just what I wanted for Christmas. Ah! Stop it. It's a 1 in 64. We've got 14 of them. I don't need that many black square shields. We don't need 14. Also, Kyler, thank you for coming by. Enjoy bed. Enjoy sleep. I will hopefully get this drop sooner rather than later. Otherwise, we might be here for a while. Harlander. Nope. I should have. Yeah. Big bones. Drop. Jug. Arrows. Grab. Harlander. Grab. Jug. Drop. This will be our last kill, very likely. Let's finish it off with a spec. Pew pew. There we go. Collect our arrows. And there's a coin big bone drop. And can we teleport? Yes, we can. We've been here for a little bit. Spooned on black square shields. Yep, that's exactly what we need to be. In the 243 kills, we have gotten 14 of them. Yeehaw. If we were hunting for black squares, I'd be swimming in it. But we're not. We're kind of not. And let's get our wines out again, because there's no reason not to use wines. Ooh. We're almost cresting the 15,000 mark. We almost have less than 15,000 wines left. Oh, I don't know if we're going to make it, ladies and gents. Cowgoils and cowgoils? Goys? Yeah, nope, not going to do that. Let's not create an identity crisis for people. I'm an elitist jerk. I see rugby is the best team sport. Rugby is the sport I played in high school, so I agree, Ice. Haha. Rugby or bust. Actually, I played 2 sports in high school. I'm gonna get a fresh shipment of wines from Kelowna. They do make good wine. They also make good cider. There's a lot of apple trees in Kelowna. A lot of apples, a lot of fruits. They're like the fruit central of British Columbia. Also shocked that Kelowna got another British Columbian in here. Not too many of us play RuneScape. I'm shocked. Consider that British is in the name. You'd think there'd be a few more of us, but no. Pip pip cheerio and whatnot. Worse, Alberta. You mean better? I'd drive to Alberta any minute of the day if I had the choice. Taxes here are incredibly high. Only reason I live here is because I have a pretty good deal on my current pad rental. If it wasn't for that, I'd probably be in Alberta right now. I've been to Alberta. I lived there. That was fine. There are some places, of course, that are just objectively better than others. You have, like, near the Banff area. Beautiful, gorgeous. Love that place. Versus, like, Wind City of Edmonton. Yikes. Just a bit flooded right now. Flooded with smoke? Or, like, rain. Like, actual rain floods. Oh. I gotta get some more water. I am plumb out. Rain flooded 5 centimeters today? Buddy. I fart 5 centimeters of water. I guess Alberta's not used to the rainwater. Yeah, I'm in like one of the rainiest places on planet Earth. Like, the place is wet all the time. Oh my gosh. Hold up. So help me, if I get the drop right now, when I'm getting water, it's gonna really be weird. Water has been watered. Oh, nope, just coins. I was really hoping for one of those funny scenes of, like, you leave and you come back and then it's like, oh my gosh, I got the drop. Nope, couldn't hope for that. Darn. Move to Yukon any day of the week. Honestly, Yukon, Alaska. I'd love to move up there. Problem is I'm Canadian, so Yukon's probably the best I can get. Because they are not accepting immigration right now, that's for sure. Oh, it's the nature rune. Now we get to feel sad and depressed when we see the purple loot beam and it's nature runes instead of our ever so desired item that we need. Yeah. Problem is you move up to the Yukon, you're not exactly finding the ladies up there, so to speak. It's mostly just, what? Oil workmen and people who really like walrus meat? Like, no, that's Northwest Territories and Nunavut. Yukon's more. What do you? What's stereotypical for Yukon? I'm not ultra familiar with that. What's up there? Another steel medium helm. That's a 1 in 64 as well. That could have been it. Can't believe we're still dry on the Lost Giant. 250 kills, by the way. We just hit the big 250 area code for British Columbia, Canada. Yep, that is the 3 numbers that every single British Columbian, except for like the new ones, have. That was my area code. It isn't anymore. I changed my cell phone number after I got too many scam calls. Oh my gosh. You want to talk about something infuriating? Holy cow. Let's talk about how many phone calls you get full of scam numbers. Oh my gosh. Too many. Like, who the heck is the Logit group? Like, who the heck is that? It's a freaking research group? Yuck. Data collection center. Good thing I didn't answer the phone. That would have been awkward. Yeah, do you have a few minutes to... Actually, I'm streaming to like 40 people right now. Would you like the opinion of the entire chat room while we're at it? Ladies, who needs ladies? Usually gentlemen. And of course, there's the rare drop table emerald that we haven't gotten yet. Because of course we'd get another rare drop table. Or not, gem drop table, I should say. Yeah, let's not get into the ladies and gents talk. We'll save that for a really rainy day when I want to lose half of the people that watch the stream. I had someone commenting, yeah, for 5 times dry, yeah. 5 cm, clearly 5x dry. That's what we're going for. Just see how... Ha! We're done! That was it! Called it! You did not call it, you just had very, very great timing. Oh my gosh. 254. Wait. 254. Yeah. Now it's 4 times plus... I think we're 2 kills away from being 4 times dry. 6, 12, 18, 24, 25. Game called your bluff. No kidding. Well, we got the stick. This pain in the butt of a black stick. We got it. Which means our tasks just got a whole lot less RNG related. That is the bonk, that staff right there. Got a 1 in 12 Sinister Key, and the Solarans, and the Skeletons, and then we got Agility and Farming. That's it. That's it. That is all. You know that means, of course. Means it's time to hop some rocks. Woo! Agility! Here we go! No, I'm kidding. What might be interesting, though, is actually testing the XP rates here to the Yanil dungeon. Let's see now. Finish that spot. Yeah. Okay. So teleport. Oh, it's 10 minutes away. I guess we're just going to be hopping back and forth for 10 minutes. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. Wait, I do make the rules. Actually, hold on. I wonder if there's any interesting... Is there anything here? 43 or 44. Trollheim, Fremenic. Trollheim. There's no other shortcuts that we can really get here, is there? I mean, there's this agility shortcut. I'm wondering if that one might give higher XP. Can't do that one, obviously. And that's the log... I wonder if the log balance gives XP. Hold on. Let's go back to the main screen. Bonk. So, obviously, we can't go through... I mean, that's not a go-through spot. This has the dogs. This is the dog room. Let's do a little bit of minor exploration for a minute. Moss giants, fire giants, they're so dangerous for us right now. So what about this log balance? That's 10 XP at a time. We do have the chance of a red dragon absolutely blasting us, though. That might be better XP, though. Still can fall in. Okay. The red dragons are kind of spooky. Especially if we take damage and we're at lower health, and then we can just get one-tapped by a fire blast. I don't think there's anything in that room that we can do. That log is interesting. To a point, the log is interesting. For off-stream AFK here for 10 minutes, free after aggro timer is off. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. So, I mean, actually, yeah, no, let's go back and actually, like, give it a run through, a testing, because that might be our best training method currently. I don't wanna brush it off too easily here, because that wasn't too slow. Okay, so we're gonna reset all. We're bringing this back over. Hold on, it's gonna get scrunchy in here. Let's do this for a couple minutes. Let's see what kind of XP rates we can get here. Oh, no, we can't do it. You see that? It dropped us over the chunk barrier, which means this is not a guaranteed thing. Okay, we're done there. That's interesting. It pushes you that far away. Huh. Time to reset the account / yeah. We've had a few of those oopsie doopsies, so I wouldn't worry about it. If you want me to truly reset and quit, I mean, by all means. I can do an agility grind on some other account, not on stepping stones. Chunk borders hurt, lol. Yeah, no kidding. Well, let's test this real quick, because this is in chunk. And I thought it took longer, but there is a higher XP rate. Like, you get 9s and 10s instead of 7s and 8s. Might make a difference. And I don't think you can fail this either. Let's just test this real quick. See when the XP rate drops. We're at 2,500. 3,000. Okay, so we're... Again, we look at our notes. 6.5k an hour from the Brimstone Rocks. We no longer need this info as well, because that was smithing based. There we go. That was our smithing grind. Nope, that's not the button. Where is it? There it is. We're at 5,100 an hour here. Just doing this pipe. 56. Oh no. Is it going to reach past the 6,500 XP mark? Oh, there we go. It's starting to drop a little. That means we've hit the mark. But it does look like it's carrying pretty similar XP rates. We are getting 60. That's 62, 65. Huh. It's a little bit slower, it looks like. It looks like, because we're like 65 was like on the lower end after it started to settle. This is, I think, 60, probably 62.50. It's a little tiny bit less, but then again, it says no food. I haven't failed once on that, so that might be interesting. Okay, and let's, of course, we need to wait 4 more minutes. Oh, we're walking back. We're leaving the old-fashioned way. Which is out the entrance that isn't the exit. Except it says leave exit. Of course it does. I thought I was being smart there because it always says entrance when you enter. Yeah, dungeon entrance, never dungeon exit. But yeah, they beat me to it. You know what? We have a little bit of time to burn. Let's kill some mogres. That's in chunk. Get over here. Haha. I got you, mogre. Yeah, you didn't know we could kill these. They're technically not in chunk, but they wander into chunk, which is hilarious. I don't think they can give us anything super beneficial, but I mean, could give us like the flippers. That might be kind of funny to get those. Or fishing bait. Is that our legitimate source of fishing bait? Passionscape drops. Yeah, we get the... Yeah, I mean, who else can do that? We have a Slayer level of 41, and they're 32. It's like our first Slayer monster. Now, the Osprey here are kind of interesting, because they're actually, like, not only in chunk, but they're pretty close to the border, which means these are our new better location for Osprey. Because our previous location, we'd have to wait around and hope something kind of flew into range. These guys are just in range, just hands down. Which means if we need feathers for anything, these are going to have us covered. Also, if we need more dueling rings, sapphire, emerald rings, those are the ones. Then these guys are also really good. But yeah, there we go. 227 feathers. Pretty darn good. And look, instantly got another one. Like, that's so good. Oh my goodness, that's such an improvement. I wish we had our Osprey grind here and not back on Alderaan, because it was like corner shooting really rough. That was rough. Here, it's just so much nicer. And look, they respawn fast enough that you can just literally go back and forth between the two. But there's 3! So, like, there's options here. That's nice. We could get the Passionscape drops from the mogres, though. Step up to shore, harvest the Osprey. Yeah, now we have 500 freaking feathers. Like, it's nice. If only there was something else that we could do to give us agility XP, or something else to break the chunk open, but I really don't think there is, unfortunately. That's just, we're gonna be stuck doing crappy agility for a while. How's our tree doing? Looking stubby and gross? Yeah, you are. Alright, charter. Charts in a bottle. And we're back off to Port Khazard. This feels like my second home with how much I've been here. So much time in this chunk. If the name wasn't already taken, I'd probably be Chunk Khazard at this point. Super defense is kind of interesting. Alright, so for the Enil dungeon, we are going to need some strange fruit. And since, again, there's no... Oh, hold on. We got to change our armor too. We got to get in our max defense gear so that the... Yeah, including our amulet of defense. I know. A practical use for it. It's crazy. Van braces, boots. Let's take a load up. There we go. Now, here's the thing, is we have legs. We have our Addy plate legs. What do you think is our best weapon or item to have? You're right. It's the Mithril Longsword. Because it gives a +3 slash and a +2 crush defense. It's a defensive sword that we can slash through the webs with. So the Mithril Longsword, something that we thought had absolutely zero use to us, because it's just objectively a bad weapon, is good in this very, very specific scenario. And we're going to get our fruit back out. There we go. So this is our gear and setup for the agility drops, which is weird. It's a really weird setup. Makes sense though, because we need a slashy sword to get through the webs, but also the defense bonus is technically a positive. Everything else is just net 0, right? Take a rune scimitar, yeah, that's 0. There's nothing really important about that. Alright. Man, it'd be cool if we could do the Nightmare Zone. It'd be a pain in the butt, though. How long would we have to do that at minimum number of enemies? Oh my goodness. That would be rough. The amount of points we'd have to get. Yuck, 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 yikes. Yicky. Alright, so we are... Let's go through this side door. A little side door to the side here. And then we're going to pull up our agility. Ooh. We're going to pull up our XP tracker. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doop. There we are. And we're going to just see how much better or worse this is. This is our new potential agility spot. Keep in mind, this can give us 15,000 an hour if we don't fall. So I expect the number to go up a bit, but as soon as we start falling, that number is going to drop significantly. Yep, there it is. See, we took a 15 in damage, and we had 2 auto attacks from a poison spider, both of which could have poisoned us and forced us to use one of our strange fruit. Okay, so we're already at 8,100. So this is just objectively better. Even with falling... I don't know what the statistics are in terms of... I don't know if we're getting lucky or not. So we're going to have to do this for a little bit longer. Yeah, there we go. It's starting to drop now again. Yeah, look at that. We're maintaining 12,000 experience an hour. And we did drop once. So depending on how much we drop, that number might stay pretty high. We're actually getting really lucky here. I'm shocked we've been able to go back and forth like this often. Just keep in mind, there's about a 30% chance of falling every single time. Like, yeah, there we go. We were getting a little too lucky. I mean, we had that triple fall the last time we were here, right? Where we just came back, fell, came back, fell, came back, fell. Ah, there's another fall. Now the thing is the amount of damage that you take when you fall scales with your current health. So if you look, the first time we fell, we took 12 damage. And then we took 10 damage on this time. So it's actually better to camp lower health. But not too low, or else the poison spiders will just absolutely tap your cheeks. So we gotta find a nice middle ground. Have you been enjoying the Cardman mode trend, or whatever they're calling it? I've only watched about half of an episode of it. I've been just really working on Chunkmist, so I'm not really too familiar with the trend too much. Like, I get the general gist of it, because I did watch, again, the first half of an episode. But overall, honestly, the level of substance that it has isn't... I don't think it's gonna last. I think it's gonna be like an interesting little gimmick for a few episodes, and then it'll disappear because, like, or maybe I just don't understand how the credit system works, how you gain experience and then cash those in for card packs. I think just the fact that you're opening up card packs will, in and of itself, drive some traffic of, you know, hey, let's go gambling. I like gambling stuff, right? Interesting to see the 5 iterations of plugin driven game mode down the line. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, is if it's a plugin driven game mode, it's just like the chunk picker. It's just kind of like a slightly different chunk account, except instead of being restricted to an area, you're restricted to the items you get and the monsters you kill. Now, I'm gonna have to left click, change to walk here. Don't want to accidentally click a Chaos Druid and aggro him. That would be awkward. So we are getting about 10k an hour here, even with the droppings. We are dropping fairly often still. I think maybe the fact that we're not at 40 but 43 agility is making a little bit of a difference. Extra layered chance man type thing. Yeah. It's interesting in concept, but how it actually is executed is going to come down to a lot of things. I do have a free-to-play Packscape account. Yeah. Bonk. Before the current wave. So I found that sitting between, I'd say... Oh, yeah, see, I'm only taking 6 damage from 30. That's about 20% of my health in a drop. Our XP per hour is dropping, by the way. We are at 9.8k XP per hour now. But it is still higher than 6.5, even with the drops, and we are dropping fairly often. We're just gonna have to see where this balances out. We've been almost... Oh, yeah, there's another drop. So we've been at this for... As soon as the XP gained equals 1/10 of the XP per hour, we'll know we've done a 6-minute stint. We haven't done this for 6 minutes yet. Although we're getting pretty close. I'm shocked the spiders haven't hit us a poison yet. Because usually, like, there's some times where you go through, like, 3 or 4 fruits, like, in a short period of time. Have a free Packscape account before the current wave. The originator of Packscape is a chunker. Well, I can believe that. Yeah, okay, so we're at 12 health now. And I know poison can hit for a 6 and the spiders can hit for a 7. So this is where I feel comfortable eating. That was a low amount of health. We don't want to go too much lower than that. Okay, so the XP per hour is still dropping a bit. We're at 8,800 XP per hour. So is it worth the extra anti-poison strange fruit that we haven't actually used yet because we've gotten lucky with our armor? I don't know. I don't know. Because if we succeed a few times in a row, then XP rate goes up, right? We're at almost 9,000 again. And the thing is I feel like this, because the falling in the pit rate does change based on your agility level, this is only going to be getting better and better XP per hour. Yeah, we're at 9,000 again. Keep in mind, we're 4K from level up. So if we do this for 2 hours, we should have 45 agility or so. Yeah, we are going to... This is interesting. Yeah, this is definitely objectively the better way of doing agility. I will give it that. Okay, so, with that being said, now that we've tested that, what are our remaining tasks? Let's go over that, and then we'll probably end the stream. We have been going for 5 hours. Shockingly, it took us that long to get some stinky little baby drops, which is funny. Roof chop agility course. That's agility. This. Where is it? This one. We actually have 2. Access the course and complete the course. So 2 are agility, or 3 are agility based. 1 is the Mark of Grace as well. So we have 3 of our 9 remaining tasks. So a third of our tasks are agility. Then we have a spirit tree, 83 farming, which is of course tied in with the poison ivy berries and the palm tree as all different farming tasks. So that's 3 farming tasks. All that's left then is the Sinister Key, Solaran, and the Armed Skeleton. Solaran the Twisted is also agility. No. Solaran the Twisted is actually magic. It's a magic grind. Because the Solaran and the Skeleton, who are locked behind agility currently, are not the major issue. We're going to get to them eventually. What's going to happen, though, is we're going to get there. We're going to start using our Wind Strike, or our Fire Strike, or whatever strike we decide to use. What's going to happen to us is, oh, shoot, we have to kill 100 of these. How many mind runes per kill does it take to kill Solaran the Twisted? So we're going to have to grind out some mind runes. Whether that is from Chaos Druids, or whether that is from the Ogre Shamans, we're going to need more mind runes. Very likely. Because if we have 100 kills, and let's look at our mind runes right now. Let's look at them real quick before we head out. We have 1,133 mind runes. That means we'd have to be getting a kill every 11 casts. And Solaran the Twisted, how much health does he have? 70. So he has 70 health. He can be damaged by strike, recoil, dynamite. Wind Strike has the same max hit as your highest bolt spell. Spells always, if they hit, deals 9, 10, 11, or 12 damage. Okay, so let's say it does on, because you're hitting, you're missing. So let's imagine it does 9. That's 8 casts. 8. So if we miss twice, if we have an 80% accuracy rate on Solaran, then we have enough runes. That seems like a DPS calculator thing. Let me just check that real quick. We're gonna just close out on some loadouts before. There we go. Loading data. Chunkmist. Alright, come on over. Let's go to the DPS calcs. Woo woo! We're going to move back over here. So, with the DPS calculator, we are going to get into our magic gear. We are fighting the Solaran the Twisted. Okay. Max hit. You can... Okay. We are going to be using full Mystic. So... Mystic boots, Mystic gloves, Mystic hat, Mystic top and bottom. We're going to likely be using our water battle staff. Does Solaran have a weakness to an... no elemental weaknesses. It says my max hit is 15, but the fact that I can hit 9s, 10s, 11s, and 12s... Now here's the problem right here. Hold on. We have a couple more slots to go. We got the power amulet. Okay. Which is good. Then we also have our amulet of magic, and let's see if our DPS goes up. Does not. Why is that? Hold on. Power amulet, +6 in all those. Amulet of magic. Amulet of magic is a +10 magic bonus. And it's only a +6 from the amulet of power. So then why is this giving us a DPS of 1.7? And the power amulet is giving us 1.9. Accuracy, 71. Accuracy, 69. Why is the power amulet better in this case? I don't know. But it gets us up to 71% accuracy. Which is not enough. Our DPS, our average time to kill. What is our... Show more. Our expected hit is 5.8. That's the magic number. Expected hit is 5.8. So if we do 5.8 damage per mind rune, we're going to need to farm for some more mind runes. That's all there is. That's unfortunate, but that is the case. Alright, everyone. Thank you so much for being around for this episode. Thank you for helping us clear out the rest of the little tasks. Now we just got the big ones ahead of us. Alright, so there's a new video that's going to be coming out probably Wednesday. If I had to take a bet, Tuesday or Wednesday. Probably not tomorrow, but it's likely going to be Wednesday. Keep in mind, in Australia, that might be a Thursday for you, because, I mean, that's how time works. I'm West Coast, British Columbia, in Canada, so time zones are weird like that. Alright? Well, thank you so much for coming by. And I guess I will see you when... Yeah, we'll be premiering that video, so I will see you in the premiere of the next video. Toodles!